Well, well, well. Guess who's back on her BS? It's gonna be May. What else would we be doing, y'all? Happy Friday! Happy welcome back to another paint stream, team. Shout out to the early squad, Sean, Ryan, Chop. Let's get it, team. Ben Solo, Sam Winkler. Ben Solo, as always, I am delighted to hear that your parents, Han and Leia, are still alive and well and unhurt. Unhurt, that is new. I'm glad that they're not only alive and well, but unhurt. And you know what? I honestly, genuinely, actually really love every time that you send that into the chat, because in my brain, they are. There's my headcanon. Emery's, what is up? Thank you guys for joining. Welcome. I know I scheduled this, I know I teased it yesterday, but then I scheduled it. I usually try to avoid doing that, scheduling it like 2 seconds before we actually go live. Sorry about that. I was, I don't know what I was doing. Lollygagging as per usual, I guess. Cutting it down to the wire. But alas, here the frick we are. Getting clocked back in. Back to it. Back on that grind. Happy Friday. How the frick was everybody's week? It's over. We did it. We made it. Jesus, sweet Lord, it feels like each news cycle, at least here in the US, feels like 5,000 years since the last time we talked. So it's like, okay, what the frick has transpired? How has the world melted down since we last spoke? I'm trying to cling to good news. Does anybody have good news? Share it if you got it. I'm begging. We are so back and we are so heating up. Amen, Sean. But let's hope that's not the case for our computer here. We've learned that my laptop is in its elderly stages. It could be in the end game, and it was teasing us. That one stream we did when it decided to spontaneously combust. Not actually, but when it decided to shut down on us. So I'm gonna hope that is not the case today. Let's say a prayer. It's been functioning perfectly fine. It's actually just been... It's funny, I was trying to do something on my laptop the other day, and then I went and used Tom's instead, and it was working so much faster. Also, sorry, I'm gonna get my freaking hair in order. It's a bad hair day, but we don't want the Smeagol ears out, but you know what? We might just have to live with it. It's fine. It's part of our brand now. It's whatever. But yes, I never realized how old and geriatric my computer was until I used somebody else's, and I was like, oh my god, this is moving at lightning speed. I can't even handle how fast this is going. Club can't handle me. Anyways, all that's to say, let's say a prayer and hope for the best. But it's been doing okay, so you never know. But alas, welcome back. We're back on that BS, as I said. We're getting back to it with the... Once again, I've kind of gotten over my fear now, I guess, of revealing to y'all the beginning stages of the painting, because I was so camera shy about that originally. And because I just wanted to have some form of progress so that y'all would have something to actually look at and be like, whoa, cool. No, that's too dark. Spread it out, spread it out, spread it out, and disperse. So that it could look like I had something done. Because as I was saying, if you guys were here for the Hades piece, the beginning stages can be the ugliest. It can be the worst. And so that's why I was like, let me get through the trial and error that is the first few stages of just getting something down and color mapping it out and working on the shading and the values and whatnot, and then save the exciting stuff for everybody else. But we've already revealed that, so we're getting back to it today, starting with a new piece from square one. So far so good. We've done absolutely approximately 10 brush strokes, but that's fine. Pretty solid week. Let's go, Sean. Let's go. Oh, Emery's finished the final High Republic book. Let's get it. Good news is I pre-ordered Death Stranding 2. That's awesome, Idelbert. That's awesome. Do you consider being under extreme heat warning good news? At least if you have functioning AC, you can combat that. I would take an extreme heat warning, because then you can just stay inside, you know. Yeah, I think that's happening a lot, right? I was checking the weather back on the East Coast. It's about to like break 100 degrees. It's already hundreds in the Vegas and Arizona areas. Naturally, I think that's usual for them this time of year. We have yet to hit the hundo here in LA, but we're waiting. Our time is approaching. It will be here for us soon enough. Ew, can you tell I have to clean my palette and my brushes because I'm just picking up all this debris. Y'all can see my palette in the corner here. I don't clean it off. I just keep stacking paints on top of each other, so it is, it's not in its best state. Okay, so what are we rocking with today? Let me explain. What's up, Oshin? I like the brown. Thank you. I do too. I didn't know what color to start out with, so I'm glad that you're digging it as well. John Pitts, what's up? Good to see you. The brown is adding like an old map feeling. I felt the same way. Okay, solid. And I like that kind of aged look. I don't know how long that's going to stay and remain, but as you guys know, I explained with the Hades piece that I need to just get something down on the canvas so that you can say the hardest part is over and that you've at least gotten started. What is up, Stanley's, Matthew Tarpley, Ryan Fluck is back. Let's get it. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. We're just getting started. So Sean, perfect segue. Yes, I never disclaimed what the frick today's piece is about because like I said, we're back on our BS. We're back to being weird. So what are we being weird about today? Let me explain. I forget who it was who commented, on my community post when I was divulging that we're gonna do another paint stream, and they said, I hope there's critters. I was like, well, you're in luck, because once again, yes, we're playing around with our favorite different forms of animal symbolism and whatnot. This time y'all are getting my lore. These paint streams have been quite revealing. Y'all have really gotten the Cat LaSalle lore through them. Because I naturally paint, and maybe that was one of the original hangups I had about these painting streams. Like my artwork, when I work for personal pleasure, is kind of like deranged, for lack of a better word. It's very like just expressive in its own way. It's therapeutic for me, cathartic for how to process what's going on in my life. And so, how do I explain this? Okay, let me give a disclaimer. So as you can see, yes, we have critters that we're working with again. We've incorporated a lot of animal symbolism in our past paintings. Pretty much all of them, actually. Each painting we've done has some form of animal, except for one that I still haven't actually painted yet, but they all incorporate some form of an animal of sorts, and I just really like, as you can tell, an underlying theme in a lot of my work explores the relationship between animals, humans, the kind of spiritual, like, you know, symbolism of nature and animals and what different animals and things can represent. So today's main focus is squirrels, which are, you'll be shocked to learn this because you'll be like, Catherine, why the frick are you painting a whole thing dedicated to squirrels then? Squirrels are my least favorite animal, and they are one of the few things in this world. I don't hate many things. I'm not a very hateful person. Squirrels are reserved for that special place of the few things in this world that I hate. Maybe hate is boiled under the same umbrella. What am I saying? Falls under the same umbrella as fear. That could be it. I am very afraid of squirrels. I have a strong dislike for them that goes back to my childhood, and it's funny because every time I tell people this origin story, you know, the explanation of why it dates back to my early days, a core life memory. Let's just say I was I should disclaim, I was never personally wronged or attacked. I have no squirrel has ever inflicted harm upon me, so everybody always says, well, Catherine, why do you hate them then? They never did anything to you. Exactly. And I know I'm a freaking hypocrite because a lot of these other streams, you guys have learned I'm a big animal lover, advocate for animal rights and whatnot. I think animals are ethereal and they're all better than us, except for squirrels. But like, genuinely, I'm so sorry. If squirrels are one of your favorite animals, consider yourself lucky because you get to witness it every single day. You get to see them all the time, depending on where you live. So yes, I have a core childhood memory that involves, thank you, the Gorn 68. Squirrels aren't just big rodents with bushy tails. Thank you. Thank you. A core memory from my youth involves permanent mental scarring. Let's just say I witnessed the tragic death of a few squirrels when I was a child. And it was a total freak thing. It was not at the hands of humans. I should disclaim that. It's not like anybody I was with was trying to hunt them or something. But I have a terrible childhood experience that I'll never forget that is just burned into the crevices of my brain. Because it was like one of my first brushes with death and nature and like how there can be violence in nature, you know? And freak accidents, you know, kind of like what we were talking about with the first piece we did for a paint stream, which was the eagle. You know, we were talking about the baby eagles at Big Bear, where one of them had sadly perished and just fled the nest. You know, it's kind of, it fell into a similar vein of the lessons of like nature and the cycles of nature. And there's that kind of same feeling you get whenever you watch, if you watch nature documentaries and whatnot, and it's like, you wish you could step in and intervene because it's so tragic and you're just like, somebody help them. But it's just the cycles of nature, you know? So that's, I know I didn't do a good job of explaining that, but that's kind of like the core root of where, so that's why it's backwards. Because every time I tell people that story, they're like, well, shouldn't that have radicalized you? Like, shouldn't you have the kind of reverse effect? Like, you would think if you witness something tragic happening to squirrels, you dedicate the rest of your life to like advocating for them, you know? Like it always surprises people to learn when they hear the full story, which I won't share for graphic reasons, but I was instead traumatized. I wasn't radicalized. And so whenever I see squirrels, it instills that like, oh, that it brings me back to that, this visceral disgust that I have that is associated from these memories of when I was like 5, 6. And you know how the older you get, the less you start to remember from like that time of your life? Frick no. I will never forget this. Like it's seared, burned into my brain, into my prefrontal cortex that hadn't even been fully developed yet at that young, ripe age. So that is the disclaimer. So if I get the chills or if I just get the creeps during this piece, it's because I genuinely contemplated whether I even had it in me to do this and actually even look at squirrels for this amount of time, let alone paint them, because I dislike them so effing much. But now here's why they've been relevant in my life. As I disclaimed, I associate squirrels with death because of what I witnessed as a child. And it is just that, it's just a harrowing memory associated with them that spawned, that's why I said perhaps hatred is bundled under the same umbrella as just fear. Because I'm, you know, it brings me back to this childhood god-awful core memory. But it instills fear and sadness because of the memories I have associated with squirrels. Like I said, I've never been attacked by one. They've never personally wronged me. No squirrel has ever done me harm. So that's why everybody's always like, well, why do you have this personal vendetta against them? And it's just because I've been permanently scarred. But what's been happening lately is I have been seeing so many motherfucking squirrels, more than my immune system would like to handle, you know, more than I would like. If you've ever been to LA, we were with friends in Santa Monica recently. What's up, Patrick Kelly? What's up? Thank y'all for joining. If you're just joining, you're probably like, why the frick is she ranting about squirrels? What's up, Charlie? Living your best life out on the ocean. Let's go, let's go. I'm shocked you get Wi-Fi out there, actually. That's cool. That's clutch. Thank you for tuning in and being here. I hope you've been having a great trip. But yes, so this leads into, so that's backstory, that's lore to inform the rest of what this all means and why I decided to face my fears and do some exposure and just paint squirrels as the subject matter of this piece. Because, as I was saying, if you've ever been to Santa Monica, it's amazing, it's beautiful, and we were there with some friends recently. And the geography, the lay of the land is literally like it goes from just cliffs right down into the ocean. Or rather right down onto the Pacific Coast Highway and then the ocean, the beach. And near those cliffs, there's like a walking trail where you can walk along and look down on the Pacific Coast Highway and look at all the Lamborghinis and supercars and everything driving by. And in those cliffs, there are little like dunes and bluffs, and in those bluffs live an obscene amount of squirrels and rats. Genuinely alarming numbers. And it's always been that way. And it was a huge culture shock for me when we first moved here and we went to Santa Monica and I saw my first rat for the first time ever in my life. I was like, how did I escape 4 years of college in the city of Philadelphia, which has its fair share of rats? I was like, how did I escape this? And the first time I've ever seen a rat is in Santa Monica, California. It did not add up to me. But they live there and there's a ton of them. And they scurry around. You can see the rats out in the evening, like they scurry around, and this is like a very populated area, like where tourists frequent. And like I said, there's walking trails, like it's a nice place to stroll after dinner or night out. It's right near the Santa Monica Pier. Like this iconic tourist destination is crawling with rats and squirrels, like I said, in unhealthy amounts. So we were there again recently for the first time in a very long time. And holy shnikes, I don't know what the frick happened. I was tempted to Google, like, when is mating season? When is birth season for squirrels? Because there were hundreds of little ones, too, just scurrying around all over the place. And yeah, they're smart because they frickin' rope in the dumb tourists who will feed them shiz. No! Do not! Listen, y'all will never catch me feeding a squirrel anything. Y'all never catch me interacting with a squirrel in any way, shape, or form. So when we were out here with our friends, our minds were being blown, and then we're seeing people literally feeding them out of the palms of their hands, feeding these squirrels. Stop. Me telling myself to stop. Genuinely vile. So yeah, no wonder they're freaking crawling all over the place. They know they got people. They're feeding them out of the palm of their hand. And so we were just like, genuinely, it wasn't just like, oh, look, a few squirrels. No, it was, dare I say, close to the thousands. It was crazy. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate that. It was insane. I swear I'm gonna get to the chat. I know I've just been going off and not interacting. I'll get to it. And so that happened, and it just felt so, like, just bizarre. Like I said, this is unusual for Santa Monica, for it to be in those numbers. Like I said, to the point where I was like, when's mating? What the frick? Like, is this the seasonal baby boom of squirrels around here? We got a population control. We gotta do something about this. Then we were up in, a few weeks later, we were in Northern California for a weekend, and so it's obviously, if you're not in LA, you're more likely to see animals, wildlife. And there were a frick ton more squirrels there. Where we were staying was crawling with, once again, a bunch of baby squirrels. And it's the babies in particular that is what triggers my memory, because it was baby squirrels who I witnessed dying when I was a little kid. So like seeing the baby ones in particular, like, obviously was bringing back all these awful memories. And I was just like, what the frick could this mean? And obviously, like, I'm living my worst life. my worst freaking fear. All these freaking squirrel just infestation everywhere we're going. It feels like it's just following us. Can't escape it. So after that, I was like, okay, like what's going on here? Like, what's the messaging? What could this possibly mean? Like, just trying to read into it. Because when we were in Santa Monica with our friends, I had said to my one friend, I was like, dang, this can't be for nothing. I feel like I want to, this is inspiring some sort of chaotic painting for me, because, and I originally, you know, I was like, oh, I can just picture like this nightmare painting of just like a bunch of squirrels all over the freaking place, like making it kind of a terrifying project instead. But I was reading into it, I was like, this can't be for nothing. I don't know, like, let me just try to grasp something from this to explain all these freaking abnormal squirrel sightings. And what did I read? I think, what do squirrels symbolize? That's what I was looking up. And I think that they can symbolize like prosperity, you know, in the face of hardship, because they're resourceful. They'll eat the frick whatever they want, you know. They're not picky. And I also read somewhere that in some cultures, they can potentially be symbolic of the afterlife. Some cultures, I said. Not, I should have researched more which ones. But I think that makes sense. Like, you know, being prosperous in the face of hardship and trying times, you know, like I think that could relate as well to the afterlife and whatnot, potentially. I don't even know if I believe in an afterlife or whatever, but that kind of clocked to me. That's what I chose to fixate on, because I was like, this can't be for nothing. And as you guys know, you know, the eagle piece earlier that we did was inspired by some death that I've endured this year with my family. It's been freaking rough. We're on the come up, but we've been in the trenches. It was a rough first half of this year, but that's okay. We're gonna rally. And I was like, well, I'm gonna choose to focus on that. Like, how is it that I experienced a lot of death this year, but now I'm suddenly seeing all these squirrels, and it's something that I hate. Like I said, I tell myself I hate squirrels, and I joined for the first time out of curiosity, and I wasn't expecting this amount of backstory about squirrels. I'm sorry, let me get there and walk with me. Let me get there. We're almost done. And listen, y'all are getting the lore. Like I said, this is my full-fledged lore. But thank you, Andre, for tuning in. In spite of being like, what the frick is she talking about? And so, like I was saying, you know, I previously have been walking around, I tell anyone and everyone, like, I hate squirrels. They are the bane of my existence. They're my mortal enemy. I hate them. I hate them because of what I experienced as a kid, which, like I said, never personally, no squirrel has ever, I have to reiterate, I was never attacked by a squirrel. No squirrel has ever personally inflicted pain or harm to my physical being. But it's just mental scarring I associate that, just kind of boiled into hate, because it started as being traumatized and terrified and witnessing like awful, gruesome death for the first time as a little kid, like, and then I guess as I got older, like I never got over that, and then so it just kind of festered into this disdain of God. I don't like the feelings that I feel when I see these things. I don't like to be reminded. And then that, I guess, just boiled into hate, like gradually evolved. But maybe I've taken pause lately, and I've been like, maybe I hate them for the wrong reasons, and it's like I said, instead comes from a place of fear, and that fear is associated with death. And I'm sure we can all relate to this. When you lose somebody in your personal life, it like reminds you that death is real, you know, in a way. This is just my experience, but it's like you go about your day to day and you're not thinking about that stuff, nor do you think that it'll ever happen to you or your family until it does, and then you're reminded. And for me, the processes of grief, the first stage is always just like this denial and disbelief of like, no, that can't happen. Not to my family. That happens to everybody else. You know, does that relate to anybody else? Like you don't, it's out of sight, out of mind until it happens in your life or to somebody you love, and it's hard for me to grasp. And so I don't know if I'm like afraid of death. I think I just don't ever think about it until it happens, and then I'm forced to face it if it's somebody in my life or somebody that I know. And that's just my initial gut instinct of like, well, disbelief, denial. Like my brain just tells myself like, don't think about it. Don't think about it. That's not real. It didn't happen. Which is not a good way to process things, by the way. Like that's not healthy. But that's just I've been trying to assess my processes of grieving, and like we've been getting back into making personal artwork and stuff. That's a huge step of the way for me. Like just art is catharsis, and sometimes it's the only way that I can try to navigate or even assess how I feel, what's going on. And so that's what inspired this piece of like, I'm seeing all these dang squirrels. I tell myself I hate them every time I see them, but what could this actually mean? And listen, I'm not woo-woo like that, like, and if you are like that, rock with it. I'm maybe trying to get more into that and read more into like the signs from the universe, because I believe something, like, I do believe there can be signs from the universe, and like you guys know, I view nature to be this kind of like higher power in a sense. Like I said, all animals are beautiful and ethereal, and maybe I have to add squirrels to that list, you know? So that's what this piece is allowing me to explore. Maybe I've been knocking squirrels for so long because they remind me of death, and maybe I don't like to be reminded of that because I never actually have, I don't know my real feelings about it. Of if I'm afraid, or I don't know, like maybe I am, because I don't know, every time I watch that scene in Attack of the Clones, when they're about to go into the Geonosis ring and Padme looks at Anakin and she's like, I'm not afraid to die. Every time I'm like, girl, I am. I can't relate. Cannot relate. You're braver than me, girl. So maybe I am. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna shut the frick up and we'll address the chat, because I know I just dumped a frick ton of lore on you guys. And that was a lot. But that's why I was like, that's what this piece is meant for, to try to assess and explain, and, you know, do you hate? And I think that is a larger, obviously, theme in our society. Like, we revert to hating something if we have fears associated with it, and that obviously hasn't gotten us to great places. Sounds like you were in a squirrel hotspot. Is that a thing, Stanley's? Squirrel hotspots? Does that exist? An unofficial sequel to the birds, the squirrels. Literally, Matthew Charpley. That's what it was like. That's what it was like. I've never met someone so afraid of squirrels. Listen, Chop. Every time I tell people this, they're like, oh, nobody hates squirrels that freaking much. And it's a shame, because they're everywhere. They're freaking everywhere. Keep at it. Talk to you. Peace out, Charlie. I'm so sorry. You've probably left by now. Enjoy your time out on the open ocean. What's up, Daddy Josh? I am gonna hand you a stuffed squirrel when I eventually meet you. Do it, Job. Do it. Who knows? Maybe I'll come around by then and I will have healed. I will have healed. I was wondering what a squirrel did to you. That's why I have to disclaim. Every time I tell that story, people are like, oh my god, did you have some harrowing... Like, were you attacked? Were you mauled by a squirrel as a child? No. No. It's all a personal, one-sided vendetta. What's up, Major Fartigas? Lord of the Rings, but replace the hobbits with squirrels. Oh, shnikes. That would certainly not be my favorite trilogy. that would unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to watch those movies as easily. Oh yeah, sorry. Sean noticed I forgot to disclaim, don't look at it. I accidentally burnt myself. It's alright. Sorry. I knew that. I was thinking, I was like, god dang it, it had to be my dominant hand that y'all are gonna see right on my freaking knuckle for the paint streams. Cat, you are the best. Thank you, Durtan. You're the best. Severe hatred for scrolls was not on my cat lore bingo card. Listen, y'all. Listen, y'all. Mark is saying, okay, so now we're all talking about different stages of grief. For me, the first stage was shock and numbness. Relatable. Relatable. Okay, so I jumped in on the squirrel rage, and I'm completely here for it. Lord Insidious, yeah, listen, I'm so sorry. Anybody who just joined, it was probably like, what the frick is she on about? Just squirrels. Just my, the bane of my existence, my mortal sworn enemies. Death is natural, our reaction is unnatural. Amen, Patrick Kelly, that's so true. That is so true. What if the squirrel is wearing a squirrel-sized cowboy hat? If for some reason Major Fartigas, that would freak me out even more. Also, not to pry, not to be pushy and impatient, but when can we expect your first video to come out? I saw that you had the script ready for it. I'm so locked in. I'm ready. I want to be the first one to hit the like and subscribe button. I'm ready. Not to put you on the spot, not to rush you, but I'm just so freaking excited. I'm so stoked. It's given me something to live for. But I hope the process is going well. You're filming and recording and script writing. That's when I knew you were legit, when you were like, got my first script written. I was like, dang. That's how I know I'm not legit, because I never... It's rare that I've written like a script, but so many of the style of obviously reactionary content that we do here, I'm not scripting out my analysis in the end usually, but anyways, sidebar. Excited for that. What's up, Sal? What's up? Wait, you hate squirrels? They're cute and they hop around. Listen, I know. That's why it's a shame. And why I'm like, I wish I could like them, because they're the one animal that you see all the dang time. Now, I will say, the LA squirrels have a little bit of a leg up from me because, like you guys know, I grew up in Pennsylvania, and the squirrels there are gray. Like, they really just do look like rodents. The squirrels in LA do have this kind of actually cuter chestnut color. So they have a leg up. Maybe that's when my transition started to take form, and I didn't know at the time when we first moved here. And I was like, okay, the squirrels here are actually kind of, they're not an eyesore. They're okay to look at. Listen, I'm so freaking sorry. I just, no, I'm gonna try to not say that I hate them. They just really repulse me. I don't like them. But that's why I was like, all right, challenge yourself to at least, maybe you can get through a painting of them and you'll feel differently. By the end, girl, just try it. So we'll see. Just a regular run-of-the-mill random cat is exactly. Oh no, Fartigas is in the post and/or depression / writer's block. Legit same. I don't know what to make my personality about anymore now that Andor's not in the picture. It's rough. I can't wait though. The Emmys, I think, are September 14th. Y'all, I'm genuinely actually gonna do like a Emmys live stream watch party, and we're gonna hunker down and we're gonna watch for the Andor sweep. It's happening. It will happen. So I'm excited for that. Like I said, we're milking Andor for all we possibly can. So if I can extend the Andor hype train into an Emmys watch party, you best believe we're gonna freaking do it. We are gonna find a way. Find a way! As Cass would say to Milshi. Look how close to the squirrels you are. Don't remind me, Mark! That's why I was like, ugh, should I even bother to come up with a composition? Like, will this just be torturous for me? Then I was like, no, that's good. Use your feelings and maybe just channel it into the piece, and it could have an interesting effect if you're trying to create a composition around something that you severely hate. I just said 30 seconds ago, I'm gonna try to not say that I freaking hate squirrels. I slipped up already. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm not looking at them. Notice how I started with everything other than them? We're dodging them still. Life has been empty since Andor left us. Literally preach. What's up, Alex? Happy Friday. Hope you've had a great week. Do you have the opportunity to watch Squirrels at length? Nope. If I did, I wouldn't even want to. I would not even want to. I mean, I guess I could because they're everywhere. I could go park myself on a bench in Santa Monica and they would just come out to play. Ew, ew. No, I just don't like to. They just give me the. But like I said, that's just like a primal now. It's just ingrained from my childhood. So it's like, all right, maybe as an adult, I can shed this. I can remedy this and try to have a different approach. Not look at them with such disdain. But like everybody says, whenever I tell that story, they're like, so why do you hate squirrels if they never actually inflicted harm on you? If you witnessed some tragic, you know, freak of nature or like accident as a child that involved squirrels, shouldn't you be radicalized and want to spend your life trying to save it and advocate for them? So maybe by the end of this, we will be totally transformed. I hope you've been having a nice squirrel-free week. Thank you. That's fire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You should watch them. It might help, says Mark. Maybe. This is my first time catching one of your live streams. Oh my gosh, shout out. Thank you. Beautiful painting. I appreciate that, and I'm a little bit mortified though that this is your first time. I'm so sorry. Usually our streams are not this like unhinged about me ranting about squirrels, and I'll shut the frick up about them. Let's segue into some other topics. I just wanted, that's the disclaimer. That is the disclaimer for the inspo behind this piece. Only 30 minutes later. And so now let's just shut up and talk about how the rest of our week was. How is everybody? How the frick is everyone doing? What was the highlight of your week? Like I said, we need good news around here. Sorry, I always freaking do this and I accidentally, did I exit out of it? No, I didn't. My reference photo. Yeah, I'm still debating on what the color scheme of this piece is going to be. We started with this kind of, what is this color? Burnt sienna. These are two of my fave colors, burnt sienna and where did it go? Yellow ochre is the other one that I love. I don't know what the larger color scheme though is going to be. We'll find out. We will see. Jesus, take the wheel. We'll get there. Honestly, yeah, the composition is the only thing that I really had mapped out. Oh, so I didn't even really explain. So yeah, that's why she's got two squirrels here. And this is a little baby squirrel that I guess is dead in the ground. That sounds so freaking morbid. But the whole point is life can still come from death. I never even got to the conclusion. Yeah, that's what it is. So, all right, now I will actually change the subject. I keep though I have so many links and tabs open. Ooh, clutch mark. Maybe that's, I didn't even think about that. You're using a lot of chestnut tones, which reminds me of ground squirrels. Yeah, the ones who have some sort of color going for them, I do think are cute. The gray ones in Pennsylvania, unfortunately. The ones I was raised on, and I didn't know until I moved to LA that squirrels have different colors. So that was, I guess, a pleasant surprise. Pleasant reveal. Anyway, what was the highlight of my week? The US men's national team doesn't fully stink anymore, so that's good. Perhaps all of our ranting into the ether has paid off because we actually have won the past 2 games we've played, so that's clutch. Ooh, I got to play with a puppy this past week. That was fun. What else? I know I've had other good times. I enjoyed 28 Days Later. That was fun to film another reaction. Y'all, I might not even get my reaction to 28 Weeks Later, and I might just go watch it on my own and then immediately go to the theater and see 28 Years, because the things I'm seeing, the reviews look... People are saying it's like the film of a lifetime. So I'm like, sweet lord, I got invested at the right time. I gotta go. So don't hate me if I just bail on continuing the franchise doing reactions to 28 Weeks Later. But a lot of you guys concurred that it's not as good as 28 Days. So I was like, all right, I think I can live with that. Especially if the new one is a certified banger. So I am excited to go do that. Why are her eyes dark? She looks dead. That's the point, Mark. Who's the girl? I don't know. It's just some random model. But perhaps she can represent Mother Nature in this. Because that's what I was thinking about, too. If she's like this Mother Nature ethereal figure who has life in one eye, but not in the other. Because, you know, we've been playing around with the eyes like we did in the Eagle piece. So that's not for certain if that's going to be what happens with the color scheme for her eyes. Like if I do one that's kind of got darker vibes like that. I don't know. They're inverse of each other, see? So I feel like I wanted to do that, to toy around with the theme I was mentioning of how out of death can still come life. And how maybe that's a larger moral that I need to accept. Like, for me, getting over my fear of squirrels, don't look at it and fear it and then immediately resort to hating it because it reminds you of death. But look at it as a sign of, like, okay, I don't know. Death breeds new life. That's what's happening. So maybe that's her role in this. I don't know. Lord knows, though, we're going to save those squirrels for the very end. I'm not looking at them right now. I can't make eye contact. Even as I was looking up reference photos the other day, I was like, dying. I hate them. I hate them. Puppy, aren't you allergic? I am. I had to take an allergy pill. Oh my gosh, the highlight of my week was chatting with you about the edit on Twitter. Stop. I'm literally going to self-destruct. I cannot freaking wait. Like, genuinely, you have no idea how freaking excited I am. I'm so freaking excited. Also, because your edits, like, you should start a freaking YouTube channel for that. Now, granted, unfortunately, like, your edits are fire and flames and you can get away with using copyright music on Twitter, which hacked the system. I never even thought about that. Like, that is banger. Like, smart. Genius. So I was like, oh my god, I need everybody to lock in and start making some Twitter edits with some epic music. And it was after that one too, that first one you did, that I was like, okay, Chop knows what they're doing. Chop knows how to pick a score, a soundtrack. So I can't freaking wait. That was low-key a highlight of my week as well. It's gonna be the highlight of my life. I can't wait. 28 Days Later, Squirrel Edition. Oh, sweet lord, y'all. Could you imagine? Oh, that's my worst freaking... That would be... Oh, Jesus. If there was a zombie apocalypse and, squirrels could contain it, or rather spread it, they were contagious, and they were just jumping all over it. Worst nightmare. Absolute worst nightmare. Would die. That's why I was like... I was tempted to maybe delete that kind of commentary from my 28 Days Later reaction, because I was like, y'all, if this is the real conditions, first off, it's presumptuous of me to even think that I would survive. Because realistically, if shiz were to hit the fan, I'm in Los Angeles, baby. This is the most overpopulated place. One of, if not the absolute most overpopulated places in the United States. If something like that shit breaks out and all it takes is 20 seconds and then you're hashtag done, I'm not living through that. I am not, I would not survive. So it's hilarious to even consider, okay, if I were to frickin' survive through the worst of it. But then, you know, I was making all these comments like, if it were me in all their shoes, I would not be trying this hard to stay alive. And at first I was like, should I leave that in there? But then obviously it's a joke. It's just a joke. And I know I'm not the only one, because I've seen other people express that sentiment before as well, of like, you see apocalyptic movies and these people are out here fighting to stay alive in the bleakest conditions, and I'm just like, why? I wouldn't try that hard. Jokingly, obviously. But yeah, that movie took me by surprise. It was really good. So I'm glad I locked in, because I really want to go see the next one now. So like I said, do not hate me if I bail on filming a reaction for 28 weeks later. A lot of you guys were concurring that it doesn't hold a candle to the first one either. It had good reviews. It has like a 70% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. So I don't think it doesn't seem bad, but I might just casually watch it on my own time and then try to immediately go see 28 Years, because it looks so good. So yes, glad that we locked in for that. Oh, but yeah, anyway, point is, if squirrels were contagious, sweet Lord, God forbid if there's a zombie apocalypse and squirrels are carriers, forget about it. Lock me up and throw away the key. Like, do not. I'm done. I'm tapped out at that point. Because that's when you know the universe does that to spite me. Like, I would take that as a direct attack from the universe of like, oh, okay, you're really trying to natural selection me out of here, aren't you? I see. Oh, I get it. I get it. So yeah, not only would you just not see me trying in general, but if there's rabid squirrels, if it's 28 days later squirrel edition, good night. I am not doing that. I'm tapping out. That's the problem though. It's like, what would my options be? Like I said, I'm in LA. Shiz would hit the fan here. That was something I was thinking about with The Last of Us 2 recently, like, spilled. Sorry, that was a severe overreaction. But you know, it's interesting to see like the weird, crazy, different versions of descent of humanity that you see. Like you had the, was that in Colorado? Where they had the cannibals. LA has, or like Santa Barbara, basically close enough to LA, has like the rattlers who are like enslaving people, being crazy, locking everybody up, and then if somebody misbehaves, they go and put them out for the seagulls to eat them. And it just had me thinking, I'm like, I wonder from a creative writing perspective of like how you determine like if there's any sort of actual like geographical, well, duh, I guess that makes sense if you're in Colorado and there's a 50,000 feet of snow on the ground and you're not growing crops, like, yeah, I guess that does make sense that they would descend into alternative diet methods, if you know what I'm saying. The Donner Party way, if you will. Your instructions to come paint with me were unclear. I've now painted myself blue. Retro, go audition for the Blue Man Group. I love it. I should have been more clear about that. Apologies. So from 28 days to weeks and years, what happened to months? True, Sean. I am severely scared of squirrels, Daddy Josh. Slowly discovering how secretly morbid Cat is. Y'all, that's why I've hid this side from you for the longest time. And I was like, you know what? Frick it. Release the inhibitions. This is looking very somber so far. I don't think it's going to entirely though, Mark. Stay with me. Stay with me. Halloween, the return of Michael Squirrel. Sorry if you can hear that. Sorry if y'all can hear that. It's weird that people are enthralled with zombies when there are so many other sources of real apocalypses. So true, Mark. Like, why is it always zombies? What about a man-sized squirrel? Forget about it, Patrick Kelly. I can't run, but I'll be running for dear life. What's up, Colin McLean? YouTube channel. Have checked out a few of your reactions. I'm always looking for new reaction channels. As someone who draws myself, I like how you do art while watching and discussing movies. Oh, shout out! Thanks, Colin. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Living in LA probably doesn't help your mental health. Amen. No, the frick it does not. Another awesome painting. Thank you so much, Oshin. And Alex as well. Your painting's awesome. Love the colors. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if this color scheme's gonna stay like this, but I'm kind of rocking with it. I was winging it, but now I'm rocking with it. So we shall see. But I'm not disliking it. I'm enjoying this. We have a long ways to go though, y'all. Part of me is like, should I do the squirrels now and just get it the frick over with? I don't want to, no. Save those for later. No, me finding reasons to avoid them at all costs. Nah, we'll procrastinate those. I'm glad I'm seeing so many, not just the men, but the women and the children. And there's squirrels too. I hate them. Look what we've started. Look what we've done. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. I think we're all here for the unhinged morbid cat. Amen, y'all, because there's no going back now. Y'all have learned unlearnable things about me via these paint streams, and that's okay. That is all right. I should get a dog so that it would protect me from squirrels. If I wasn't allergic, I would, Oshin. What's up, Willie? Good to see you! Thanks for being here. I told y'all my fantasy, now my true real fantasy actually would have been fabulous for that game plan, Oshin. I had divulged to you guys in a previous paint stream that I had a phase before I fully accepted, like, talk about the stages of grief. That's what I'm going through with the realization that I'm allergic to dogs. But before I fully came to the acceptance stage of like, okay, I don't think I could live with the dog in the house unless I got those, like, can't you get allergy shots now? You can get like allergy shots. I'm trying to paint this carefully because everything else is still wet. And air purifiers, and then just say a prayer. But before I accepted that I might actually be allergic to dogs for real ski, I had a phase where I was like, that would be so sick. We talked about this. If I got like a big dog, like a big Doberman or Great Dane, that's the one. Because some of them, they can be taller than me. And I was like, that would be so freaking cool. Nobody would ever mess with me if I was out here rocking around with a dog that's literally bigger than me. Like, I could put a harness on him and say charge at my enemy. It's like... but then obviously I came to the realization as well that that would probably not be responsible on my part to own an animal that I could not control, or rather that would control me, because of one squirrel goes crossing our path, and then that thing goes flying, and then my big Great Dane goes flying after it, and then it pulls me, and then I go flying, I go airborne, and then I break my nose, I break my face. Career over, and God forbid somebody else gets hurt in the process. So unfortunately that pipe dream came to a rapid end. But yeah, could you imagine? Dang, I would have, that would be my real protector against squirrels. If I was rocking with a big Great Dane, no squirrel would dare mess with me again. Like I said, I've never been personally wronged by them. Now, city squirrels, though, however, I've still never been physically... No squirrel... Knock frickin' wood. Sweet Jesus, everybody knock wood where you're at, because here I am saying no squirrel has ever physically harmed me. And I'm gonna go outside and they're gonna descend on me, come raining down. Oh my sweet lord, I'll die. But, living in cities, and I'm sure those of you who do live in a city can concur, like, you know, the squirrels here are a different breed. They're like rabid, and they have no fear. Like, they'll be on the sidewalk and I'll be approaching and I'm like, please, for the love of God, move. And they play like chicken with you, and then they move at the last second. I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't need it. I don't need it. But yeah, a dog certainly would solve that problem. Squirrel wars. The shroud of Cat's dark side has fallen. Begun. The squirrel war has. Literally. That's what would be happening. Exactly, Patrick. What if my dog is scared of squirrels too? Then I gotta protect us. Then I gotta be the alpha. I should get a standard poodle. If you establish a good relationship with your dog, you won't have a problem. Connection is key. That's true too. I think it's also like if I responsibly train it. Yeah, everybody always says that. That's everybody's first retort whenever I say that I have pipe dreams of getting like a really big dog that I could like ride around. I obviously wouldn't do that, nor do I condone that, because even dogs that are bigger than me, that would probably still hurt their backs. So obviously, I'm not endorsing that. I'm joking. It's a joke. Let me have fantasies. But yeah, that's always everybody's, and that was my natural conclusion as well, but that's always everybody's first response of like, well, what happens if it goes and attacks a child and then it's just dragging you? And I'm always like, well, how dare you assume that I would raise a dog that would attack a child? I'm always like, hang on, why is the assumption that any dog of mine would go sprinting after an innocent kid? I would obviously train it to be better than that. Plus I feel like big dogs are just big softies. Concur if you have one. Advocate for the big dogs up in here. If you've got one, if you've known a Great Dane or a Doberman or Greyhound, what are other Rhodesian Ridgebacks? My neighbors used to always have them, and they actually are kind of a little bit scary. Oh my god, I have. Oh my gosh, so my family dog, for the majority of my formative years, we had two dogs. One passed away when I was still like really young. She was a German Shepherd, and then the next dog that we roped our parents into getting after that was a Beagle Corgi mix. So she was little and she was low to the ground and she was not a protector. And like I said, our neighbors had Rhodesian Ridgebacks on a cycle. Like if they would just keep getting new ones if some of them passed away, you know. So they always had two, always two there are, no more, no less. And also shout out Chop. I'm gonna go freaking subscribe to your channel. How have I not already? I didn't. Oh my god, I'm gonna be able to go watch your Andor on a loop. You're gonna start clocking millions of views and it's gonna be from me. I'm just gonna have that on replay all day, every day. Oh my god, your Andor edit seriously gave me freaking life. I need to go back and rewatch it just to feel something. But yes, so we had a little, she was little, she was not doing much, she wasn't a guard dog, let's put it that way. And I had her out in our backyard one time. It was so freaking funny. Like, if y'all have ever seen Sandlot, the way those kids feared the beast. And anytime, like, he would threaten to, like, jump over the fence or, like, break down the fence with, like, his sheer body weight. That's kind of what happened. We were kind of close to our shared fence with our neighbors who had the Rhodesian Ridgebacks, and they were barking at each other. Our dog did not like other dogs, so if she heard it, she would start barking. And so, of course, he was barking back, and then he must have, I could tell, he, like, jumped up on the fence from their side, and the fence started... Picture an earthquake, but it was shaking, and I literally saw my life flash before my eyes, and I screamed. I screamed at my dog as if she could friggin' hear. Oh, God. Oh, what a fun memory. I was so scared at the time, but it's so funny in hindsight. I'm pretty sure I took off and she started running with me. Oh God, I was so freaking scared. I was like, oh my God, he's gonna burst through this fence. Oh, God. Sorry, I totally forgot about that. Anyway, Rhodesian Ridgebacks, that's another big breed. Big dogs. But yeah, clearly I'm too much of a chicken, I guess. God forbid I get a big dog and it starts getting rowdy. Well, there's nowhere for me to run in my apartment, so that's not an option anymore. I've had 4 dogs in my life and I love big dogs. Oh, I would love to get an Irish Wolfhound. That's the breed that, obviously I'm an Eagles sports fan, Philadelphia Eagles. That's the Kelseys, Jason Kelsey. I think they have some of those, right? Like they are big and like gray, they're huge. And they have like several, yeah, those kind of actually scare me a little bit. Those are big. Here I am saying, I want a big dog, but not that big. Yeah, I guess I'm also a hypocrite because y'all know how I feel about Maine Coons as well. Sean, if you're here, don't you have a giant Maine Coon? Or am I making that up? One of you does. Because one of y'all sent me pics of it. I remember. Yeah, those scare the bejesus out of me. Those do not look like they should be physically possible. I almost just said humanly possible. They're not human, they're cat. It's a shame that cats... I don't think I'm scared of cats, but... growing up allergic to them... I feel like I... Don't knock it till you try it. I don't think I could try it. I'm curious to test my theory, because y'all know, I told you it's happening... I grew up always allergic to cats since I was like 1. So I just never even bothered. And my allergy to dogs developed later in life. So I'm like in denial, but I'm like, what if something happened in reverse? And now what if I'm not allergic to cats? But it's a shame, because I just grew up associating cats as off limits. So like I'll never have a desire to get one. But I gotta test my theories. Oh, I'm not getting back into that discussion, y'all. If you were there for the last cat conversation, I'm gonna backtrack and walk away. I'm gonna walk away now while I can. But yeah, I'm still in denial. Talk about the stages of grief. Yeah, I'm still in denial that I'm allergic to dogs. I still don't believe it. I refuse. No, you'd do fine with a big dog. The bigger the dog, the gentler the heart. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that was just me not knowing anything about dogs, but okay, that is not the right color that I wanted. But I feel like that's my assumption. Everybody's scared of them, but they just get a bad rap. And realistically, they're just big softies. Okay, frick. Something's going on up here that I don't like. No. Alright. Leave that alone to simmer for a second. You do have the Maine Coon named Darwin. That's right. Epic name. Epic name. Maine Coon cats are another matter. They're just unnatural. That's how I feel, Mark. That's how I feel. What's up, Chrislyn from Brazil? Oh my gosh. That's so freaking cool. Oh my god, welcome. Thank you for being here. I attest to big dogs, says Nick Gundy. My dream dog is a golden retriever. Oh, I think I always grew up thinking that would be my dream dog as well. Y'all ever see that movie? Homeward Bound, right? It's about the two dogs and a cat that go on an adventure, and one of them is a golden retriever, correct? God dang, what a good movie. What a good movie. We keep talking about dogs and pets, and it's clear that I just really want one so bad, and I know I can never have one. Ugh. Maybe I gotta get back into my childhood phase like I told you all about when I wanted to get a leopard gecko. Oh, shnikes. No, that'll probably never happen. Alright, I keep just tampering with the hair, but I don't have a game plan fully for the hair. Down here. Everything down here I do not have a game plan for. So I'm just kind of lollygagging around it, but I'm gonna segue to other things. The squirrels. Maybe I should just get them over with. Maybe actually I should just do the squirrels. I also don't know if I'm gonna turn this into mixed media, like get some colored pencil going in here as well. I did that a little bit with the Hades and Persephone pieces and I liked it. And I feel like that could suit itself well to the squirrels. Fur. Ew, sorry. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real, it can't hurt you. It's not real, it can't hurt you. It's not real, it can't hurt you. It's not real. It's not real, it can't hurt you. I had a Chihuahua mix and he had a big attitude, but once he liked you, you were his bestie. That's a good point about Chihuahuas, Bew Gaming. Talk about being the smaller breed. But they are feisty. It is kind of in reverse. There we were saying big dogs are actually the biggest softies. Chihuahuas, they can pack a punch. But yes, I feel like you just have to get on their good side. Like, I feel like Chihuahuas honestly have very similar personality to most cats, correct? Now, as someone who, like y'all know, I have never had a cat, but I've interacted with them, and I feel like cats either like you or want nothing to do with you. Or you gotta nurse the connection, and then they'll get on your good side. That's how I feel about most Chihuahuas I've met, actually, the more I think about it. You gotta get them on your good side. Gotta earn their trust. I always love this, learning about your guys' pets, because I just live vicariously through you guys. I want a leopard gecko too. I still have a name picked out. Oh my god, Chop, I guess you weren't here when I talked about, I literally had a full-fledged phase where I begged my parents to let me get one. My dad was on board, my mom was not, and I woke up freaking ready to go. I was like 8 years old. I had bought all these books about leopard geckos. I was locked in. I was ready. We were gonna get up that morning and go to the pet store. I got up, I got dressed. I've never shot out of bed so quickly. I was freaking locked in. I was ready. And I get downstairs and my mom and dad are waiting down there, and my mom talked me off that dang ledge. Like, we were literally going to, we had the date set and everything, and we were gonna get in the car and go to the freaking pet store and get a freaking leopard gecko. And my mom was like, really? Do you really want to do that? Because she fear-mongered me, because she told me that their tails fall off. I knew that their tails fall off, but she was like, are you gonna really want to deal with that? And I was like, freaking fine. And I bent the knee. And I forfeited those dreams. Now, in hindsight, did she do me a solid? Yes. In hindsight, would I have freaked the frick out if I saw that leopard gecko's tail fall off? Yeah. In hindsight, would my poor father have been the one to have to take care of it and handle that and do whatever you gotta do to dispose of their fallen off tail? Yeah. So, you know what? They saved me from myself, and they, more importantly, saved my father from having to do all of the responsibility and all the grunt work. I just would have sat there and looked at it, and it would have been cool. Would have been different. But I'm not cut out for that, and I think that was a lesson I learned that day. They let me get fish instead, and I learned that I wasn't even cut out for that either. I'm honestly genuinely really ashamed of how much I didn't care for the fish that I had. I just was not a good. I was a kid, alright. I thought I knew what I wanted. And if I had fish now, yeah, I would obviously take more care of them. So yeah, my parents saved me from myself, but the way to a Chihuahua's heart is via their stomach with treats. Amen, you boo. I can relate to that. For a small, no allergy breed, I highly suggest a Cavachon. I'm definitely not pronouncing that correctly. I've never even heard of those. Hang on, let me look them up. Oh. Stop. Oh, that's gonna make me cry. They're a mix between a Cavalier King Charles and a Bichon Frise. Also, it's like a newish breed. Is it a product of the UK? Is it a little British dog? They can be happy living in an apartment or a house. With or without a yard. Stop. Are they hyperallergenic? Yeah. Oh my god, sorry. I'm Googling now. I'm tearing up. Because I wish. Interesting. Yeah, what's the history? Oh, okay, so they're not, I guess in the lifespan of dog breeds, they first appeared in 1996. I love how it phrases that as first appeared, as if somebody didn't breed these dogs. Unless it was an accident, and then somebody caught on and was like, oh, that's cute. They come from a royal lineage. The Cavalier King Charles breed originated in England with King Charles II. Meanwhile, the Bichon Frise was developed by French wild. Oh. Wait, that's so freaking hilarious. I was just about to say, oh, I guess these dogs are... And it literally says in the next sentence that they have an impressive ancestry. Don't assume that this makes the Cavachon a stuffy or prissy dog. That is so funny. They're really freaking cute. They're typically considered hypoallergenic. It's worth noting that some individuals who have a dog allergy could still have a reaction, though the odds of one are significantly lower. Dang it, that might just change my life. I pronounced it correctly? Okay, good. Wait, Chopper, that's hysterical. I'll get one someday and I shall name him Smog. And so he will be small but with a mighty name. That's incredible. That is fabulous name. Oh my god, send me a pic when you do get one. What are you waiting for? Like a proper time to get your leopard gecko, live your dream, live your best life. Or I guess if you're acquiring your collection, because you gotta have, you know, depending on how into it you get, you know, the proper environment and whatnot, or setting up a space in your house, depending on how big you want there. I almost just said enclosure, that's not the proper term. The more I'm doing this over here, the more I feel like I do want to incorporate, this might turn into a mixed media with like a good amount of colored pencil too. We'll see. I don't know. It's early. We're still in the thick of it with the early stages, y'all. But I'm feeling it. I feel like I might want to do some colored pencil action. It's calling to me. Well, that would be one way for me to cosplay my dream fantasy of living in the UK. Getting a little UK dog breed. Dang, now I just really want him. Oh, what's up? Oh no, I'm locked in for the worst possible time. Me being, me fantasizing about getting a dog. He's gonna be like, nope. Foggy. I don't think that there's a lot of kids who took care of their pet fish. You're all right. Thank you. I genuinely feel vindicated because if my parents were here, listen, I can acknowledge this as an adult now that I effed up and just did not care much for my fish. I'm not even revealing, like, I wasn't the best. And yeah, my parents ended up pretty much doing everything. Oh, that was the other thing about the leopard geckos, because I think you have to feed them like crickets. They can't just have any food. They need like live crickets or something like that. Fact check me on that shop, because you probably know. This is only from the research that I did when I was 8. It's been a hot minute. So that was another thing too. My mom was like, you're not gonna want to reach into a bag of crickets and fish one out. And was she right? Yeah. Yes, she was. I'll admit that. As an adult, she was. And that's fine. I just thought, like, I'm not that cool. Like, I'm not that cool. Like, I could never really have, like, a reptile or a lizard, because you do have to have, like, skill set and the ability to do that and feed them. Heck, aren't there some lizards or pets that you can have that you gotta feed, like rats and mice? And some people are cut out for that. I am not hardcore enough for that. Definitely not. That phase in my youth was me trying to convince myself that perhaps I could be cool. And I'm just not cut out for it, and it's okay. It's okay. Alright, I just keep going over. Y'all are seeing me, I'm stalling here. I'm just going over so many of the same spots I've done. It's because every time I've tampered with the face, something weird, I don't know. Alright, I'll buckle down and get to her portrait. And see what I can do there, because we still have a lot to do. Everywhere, clearly. Oh, Mark, I'm so sorry. My Cavachon died 2 years ago. And my son and I are still very sad about it. Oh my god, I'm so freaking sorry. Oh, that's so tough. It's never easy. The painting needs green? Maybe. Yeah, you're right. There is going to be green here with the petals. So that can help. That can help add some contrast. What's up, Emery's? You're allergic, sister. Yeah, I freaking know. That's what all of this has been about. What's up, Wickety Split? Thank you for being here. Oh my god, not Tom using logic and reason in all caps. Yep, story of my life. Story of my life. Tom types that with his chest. Reptiles stink. That's another thing, Mark. My mom did not want her house smelling like that. Don't blame her. Don't blame her at all. No, the only reason I'm salty about it is they waited until the day that I was gonna go, after I'd spent all this time researching them, looking at pictures of them, because leopard geckos are really freaking cute. Like, I'll always have a little soft spot for them, because I was like, I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna be cool, and I'm gonna have one. Oh well. Wasn't meant to be. Wasn't in the cards. Think miniature Godzilla. I should have gotten an iguana. Allergies ought to be fought. Don't submit. Exactly, Mark. I'm gonna fight this. If I let them win, we're not gonna let that happen. I am bigger than my allergies. They're new to the game. I've been on the scene forever. My allergies are new. Sorry. Me dropping everything. Ew, that's not the blue I wanted to use. I'm gonna add some blue, because I think that's what her face needs, and I think I need to just start gravitating away from this color palette, and... oh god. Each one of these paint streams, there's always been a moment where you can see the exact moment when I realize how much work I actually have to do. and that's just what kicked in. Sorry about that. That was a close one, Sean. I literally dropped that right on the piece. Okay, we're gonna do her face. And... okay. Ignore my weird sound effects. Alright, so here's what I want to try out with her eyes. What's my path? Okay, what the frick am I doing? First things... no. Yes, okay. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out. My allergies did not start when I moved to LA, Mark. They started when, I actually met Tom. That is not a lie. Because like I said, I told y'all, we had dogs. We had 2 dogs. Different times when I was growing up. And then the one had... no, I still had her, because, yeah, we had that little dog, the little beagle corgi, until I was in college, and by that point I had met Tom. So, but Tom's family has labs, and I could feel something brewing in the early stages. I'm trying to mix a color. Sorry, this is not working. Yeah, this is not working, Kay. Sorry. What am I trying to do? Okay. Get it locked in. But then I felt something's brewing after my first interaction. Like, nothing intense. Nothing anywhere near as severe as my allergies are now. Then Tom's family introduced a second dog into the equation. And that's when it went off the rocker. And so I thought that was just the case, though. Like, okay, maybe it's because there's 2. And I know there's a debate, like, if there's sometimes the female dogs can carry more dander. So, like, that could be a thing. I don't fully know. But then, unfortunately, it just hasn't gone back. And I used to just think that was the reason, like, okay, it's because there's 2. But I've since gone to other houses. I feel like it's just labs, too. Like, I have to test my theory. Because they have very thick, specific type of fur. And, I've since been exposed to other labs. And gone to, like, other people's houses who have labs, even just one, and have had severe reaction. Like I told y'all, like, I can't even breathe if I don't take an allergy pill prior to. So it escalated. So if there's anybody who scientifically knows why that happened, I'm all ears. If anyone can offer any form of explanation, because I've got none. It just started and has escalated. And now I fear it's past the point of no return, but that's why I'm like, okay, I have to test my theory, because maybe it's just labs, because they have very specific type of fur. Because I have interacted with other dogs, like Boston Terrier, dogs with a very different fur profile, and I haven't been as bad. So that could be my salvation. Like, maybe I'm not past the point of no return. Maybe I can be spared. I am gonna be really actually honest, y'all. I don't have any freaking game plan for what I'm doing with these eyes right now. I'm just doing a little test to see if my earlier vision could even be good. Okay, I'm gonna leave that for now. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. If you want a real challenge with pets, try raising a kitten. Oh, frick no. Okay, Mark, yes, labs, they're very bad dander-wise. So maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. When am I going to hear from you? I have to check my email, Sean, because I've been thinking about it, because I'll admit our printer is broken. So that's why I was like, if I get prints made of that piece, I'm going to outsource it and go, but also get it, because you can have prints made depending on where you go. You can have prints. There's so much that they can do now with art prints. Like, you could literally, if you have like a watercolor piece that you want to get a print of, you can have it printed to be like on watercolor paper, like super high quality. So that's what I'm gonna try to research and do, and see where would be good options. Like, I don't know if Staples has it. And I could also have just made that up, because I did go to arts, like I obviously went to art school, and the program had like this crazy printing room, and they had capability of, you could print on like high quality, like watercolor grade paper, like whatever the medium was of your piece. They could print it on so that it looks like the real deal. So that's what I'm going to look into, if there's stuff like that out in the real world. I'm sure that there is. So I'm going to look into it, because I think I've told you all, our printer's been out cold, broken, deceased, dunzo for a hot minute. And we just haven't replaced it because shnikes, they're so freaking expensive. But also for that piece too, our printer can only do, like the prints that we do, it can only do so much. And I would like to have a high quality print option for you there, Sean. So bear with me while I do some research. Chop says, we've always been a lab family. I adore them so much. Mega sweethearts and love people, but my dream dog is a golden retriever. Basic, I know. That's not basic. They're popular and adorable for a freaking reason. Yeah, labs do have some of the best energy. And I love the variation that you can get in personalities. Like, I really feel like labs have very distinct behaviors and whatnot. Like I said, Tom's family has had 2 labs now for a while, for the past few years, and all the labs that they've all had very different shnikes. I guess, holy frick, they've had 4 different labs since I've known Tom, and they all have like very definable personality traits, which I think is cool. I'm sure that's the case with other dogs. I've just had lots of exposure to labs as of late, naturally, obviously, so that's been a fun observation. They have very distinct, at least the ones I've met, they all have like interesting qualities about them. Ah! Okay, hang on. Rock with me. Bear with me here. I'm gonna try to do some blues for the shadows. Oh Jesus. But that was hasty. That was hasty. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Oh. Okay. Blend that out. Okay, blend that the frick out. Okay. I don't hate that though, so let's try that again and just be braced for the outcome. She looks a tad deader with those eyes. Good, Mark. Good. That's the goal. Chop says, when we find a day for the edit reaction, I have it uploaded to YouTube. Okay, clutch. But I'll be uploading it to both. Clutch. Perfect. Good to know, Chop. So it's uploaded. It's just private right now, I see. Oh my god, I'm so freaking excited. If it's ready to go, we can do this soon. I'm serious. I will dedicate a full stream to this. For those of y'all who don't know, Chopper is an incredible editor, which I didn't know until you casually one day just dropped the coolest and/or edit ever on us. And like we were saying, the first that edit first dropped on Twitter, where you can get away with copyrighted music. And it was just so awesome. It hit so hard. It was so freaking good. Like, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe this is the first one that you've posted. You must have more in your lore, in your library, in your archives. Reveal them. Make more. I literally was like so demanding. I was like, more! Kylo Ren. Call me Kylo Ren. And so Chop has another one in the pipeline that I believe has my fave band ever, Sleep Token, in the soundtrack, I think. So it's gonna be like, oh my god, my worlds are colliding. My two favorite things, Sleep Token and Star Wars, are colliding. And so we're gonna find a way to... I'm literally just gonna create like just a live stream to watch it. And yeah, we're gonna play it full volume. I don't even freaking care. It's gonna get demonetized. I'm not even gonna bother monetizing it to begin with. I don't even freaking care. So stay tuned, y'all. Get ready to have your worlds rocked. I'm crying already just thinking about it. I can't. I'm gonna cry. What is up from Argentina? What's up, Jose? Thank you for joining. What's up? Gotta go, Kat. It was so nice to finally be on your stream. Willie, likewise. It was so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. And again, you're such an amazing fan. Stop. Thank you. Keep it up. Much love to you as always. Take care. Right back at you, Willie. I hope you have an amazing weekend in store. And thank you so much. It was so good to see you. And you always have such... That's crazy. That's crazy, Blue. You always have such great energy. Thank you so much for being here and tuning in. I'm glad that we could catch you. Have an epic weekend. Okay, I don't hate what's happening with this blue. It's giving... It's spicing it up a little bit. Okay, that's too much. That's hang on there. Hold your horses, cowboy. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Oh, Schneike's okay. All right, I'm getting too excited here. I gotta like blend it out. Listen, nothing. We still have a long ways to go. If y'all could see the reference photo I'm using, we have a long ride ahead of us. So like every move I'm making here, this is not final. This is not final. This is just the first of many layers that we're going to be doing up in here. Ah, how did that happen? Whoops. Ah! Whoops. Get away. Go away. Get out of there. You praise me way more than I deserve. Not enough, Chop. Not enough. Your work is incredible, and that's why I was like, oh my god, it makes so much sense when you shared what you're going to university for. I was like, those tuition dollars already paying off. Although, aren't you starting this fall? Have you started yet? Or... Because if you haven't even started yet, that's already crazy. Your work is already so freaking advanced, like crazy. And you don't have to share that if you don't want. I feel like, did you previously mention that you are getting started this fall? I can't keep track. I could be totally be making that up. But yeah, y'all go watch Chops and or edit, which I wish was longer. I was just so selfish. I was just like, make it longer and more intense. But yeah, that and or edit literally changed the trajectory of my life. It was so freaking good. And I just love it again. There's something about when you can get away with, you know, obviously on Twitter, having copyrighted music. It's just so great. And the song you picked was so lit. It was just so good. It was so freaking good. So I'm so hype. Oh my, I'll cry. I'll cry, y'all. Just get ready. I will cry. Okay, I'm rocking with this. I'm back. Lunchtime. What's up? What's up, Nick Gundy? Not started yet. Starting at the end of August. Oh, clutch. You think. That's usually when, right? That's usually around the start date for most schools. Well, enjoy your free time while you have it. Enjoy, literally, yeah, oh my god, you're in the final countdown. The final few months. before it takes off. I'm just realizing that I need to make everything darker. Darker, more intense. I'm being too precious with it. High contrast. Look contrast. Okay, careful though, careful though. Oh, okay, everything's still wet there, so be careful. Tread carefully. Ah! It's been tough though, y'all. It's I was saying this in a previous paint stream. That's very difficult being a heavy metal fan in the summertime because the vibes don't match. Like, I'm like, I can't listen to all this the same. It's sunny and 90,000 degrees out. This doesn't feel right. Trying though, must prevail. The emo never dies. Even when it's sunny. It's so hard though, I can feel myself, I'm like, ugh. Because the other 90% of the year when it's, well, 90% of the year, when it's like wintertime or fall, like that's when I'm locked in. And I've turned into such a freaking, I know I'm god awful, like metal, I'm not like a metal elitist, but once I started really listening to that stuff, it was hard for me to go back. And once more so rather, it was once I went to my first actual metal concerts, which are life-altering, like a life or death, you're like, ugh. Literally changed my life. No concert experience has been the same. And I just want to headbang to every song I listen to now. Oh, okay, careful, careful, careful. We cut off a little bit of her forehead there, but that's all right. So that's actually what it really is. It's like once you go to a metal concert, you never go back. Once you go in a mosh pit or even just go and headbang amongst other people, it's like, oh, this is lit. So that's mainly what it is, but that then just bled into the rest of everyday life. I'm like, if there's no screaming, I can't listen to it, which is crazy because that used to be my least favorite. Oh my god, that's actually insane. I forgot about this phase of my life. My least favorite genres of music used to be metal and country. Now, country still stands. That still stands. Listen, I'm a big Johnny Cash country. Like, I like OG what country used to be, and I know that there's I don't really know. I don't know anything about the country music scene because I don't engage in it. I just prefer like the old-fashioned, like Johnny Cash is like the only country I can get behind. But yeah, I fully transformed now. Metal used to make my ears bleed, and now it's the only thing I listen to. So that's why I'm freaking ready for this edit job, depending on what song, whatever song you picked. Not even depending, what the frick am I saying? Whatever song you picked, I trust. Because I know you got good music taste from that first Andor edit that you posted. I was like, dang, Chop cut! Chop knows what they're doing. So that's why I'm just like, so freaking ready. It's like when I see Anakin Skywalker edits to like Linkin Park, it's like, yes! Anakin is so freaking Linkin Park coded. Maybe one of you guys did one of those actually for the 60k sub stream. Oh my god. Shout out. I think now it's coming back to me. I think one of you guys did do Linkin Park to Anakin Skywalker, and I was like, this is so effing fitting. What's up, Jared? Good to see you. How are we holding up? We're here. We woke up today. We're rocking. We're going. This is not another Greek goddess. I put the Greek, the mythological ones on pause. She could be. I don't know. Maybe. She could be. We'll invent one, even though I don't think that's... But she's got her animal symbolism here. You dodged the anti-squirrel rant that we went on earlier. Oh, I cracked myself up. Amen, Patrick. Yes. Thanks, Johnny Cash is it for me, says Lord Insidious. Patrick says, I just got back from a Metallica concert and it was amazing. Oh, planning to go to Judas Priest and Alice Cooper concert? Literally. So like, you know, it's like once you go and experience, that's what it took for me. Because I was like kind of on the fringes. I was at the gates. I was on, can y'all actually even see what I'm doing right now? Yes, okay. I was on the cusp. I was on the threshold of being fully immersed into the heavy metal scene. I just needed a little more convincing, and that's what it was. Finally going to a concert. I consider that my initiation. Bring Me the Horizon, who I had already liked and was willingly listening to, because I think that they're a good transition segue point. They're a good gateway into the middle life, but it was really Slipknot, because Bring Me the Horizon was the opener. It was not Fest, and this was in LA 4 years ago, and it was when Slipknot came out, and I saw just like the release in the crowd, and I hadn't listened to much Slipknot before that. But then I was getting so into it, and like seeing everybody else headbanging around you, like having that release, going ham. I was like, I get it. Genuinely, that was the day I was altered. I was transitioned. I was transformed, rather. I fully bought in. I sold my soul that day, and we haven't gone back. But that's what it was. I was like, oh my god, I've never had such a catharsis, like just the whole experience in general. I was like, oh my god, I'm craving this now. And ever since then, we've had it on our, like, I have like this mental, like, I need to go to a metal concert at least once a year or I'm gonna flip out. Like, I'm gonna lose it, because I need that release. It honestly, it's so freaking therapeutic, and now I just can't go. I haven't been able to seriously go to another concert since, because it doesn't hit the same. Luckily, the only other things that we've actually gone to have been... Okay, I lied. I actually take that back. I take that back. I saw Pink. That was great. Woo! My chair is still broken, y'all. I'm still, at any moment, about to fall off and break my neck. Pink was great, because she does all... She, like, freaking... It's like Cirque du Soleil. So that was great. And the only other concerts we've really been to have been, like, John Williams and... Hans Zimmer. So it's like, you're not going there to headbang, you're going there to cry your eyes out. So it was fitting. It was like the best of the other end of the spectrum of, oh god, I'm not here to throw down and have a good time, I'm here to contemplate life. But yeah, that's why I'm struggling, because it's great every other month of the year. Then the summertime kicks in and I'm like, I feel the urge. I feel it. I'm fighting it. I'm like, pop music, no. Like, I'm like, no. There's no screaming in this. I can't, but it's taken over. The pop music has gotten to me. Because it's summer. That's my justification. I'm like, okay, I'm getting this out of my system now. And then I'm gonna go back to my usual cursed listening habits. Something's happening. I did see Hans Zimmer chop, yes, last October. It was God tier. It was life-altering. If we see Cat plummet down like tech. Exactly. Yeah, the Hans Zimmer concert literally was freaking insane. It was so, oh my god, it felt like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It literally was God tier. I cried. I told you all. I cried through that. And that's what inspired me to finally watch Gladiator. Because the singer, I think her name is Lisa something. I should know because she changed my freaking life. It was the Gladiator music and Interstellar too. But like Interstellar, like my brain I just like shut off, and in a good way. Like I was just like, oh my god, you just be here and now in this moment. Like you'll never get this moment again. I'm trying to do that more. Like when I'm having a good time, or even just like the little joys, like because so much of our phones our lives are lived through our phones. It's like I know that I don't have any good experience anymore that I'm not also trying to get a picture and a video of, you know? And I'm trying to not cheapen the moment by doing that so much anymore. What am I trying to say? I don't know, I'm just trying to... I don't want to look back and be like, oh wow, I recorded this whole concert on my phone. Did I even watch it live? You know, like I don't want to... I'm trying to be more present in the moment. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm just not telling it in a concise way. I'm just trying to be more present in the moment. And so that was a moment where I was just like... So my thing, what I do is I try to take like a mental snapshot. And I shut my brain off. And I just close my eyes and I'm like, you are listening to Hans Zimmer and his orchestra playing Interstellar right now. Like you'll never get this moment again. Just like lock in and mental snapshot, capture this. And so that's what I did. I just shut my brain off in that moment. And it was, I think it works, y'all. It's a great way to, even if I'm just sitting in like, I don't know, having a good meal in a restaurant and then my favorite song comes on, I'm like lock in and just it's nice. Just like a little mental snapshot to appreciate even just the little things, because that's all the frick that we can get these days. We gotta take whatever happy moments we can get, y'all. They are fleeting and scarce. But it's a nice habit. I highly recommend it. I honestly enjoy it. It's a good way to just lock in. Hans Zimmer is my top 3 favorite composers ever. Oh my god. You have to go see him live, Chop. Have to. Lisa Gerard. Thank you, Stanley's. That ethereal angel changed my freaking life. I think if I went to a concert, I'd take some pics, but then I'd be vibing. Exactly, Boo. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm going to see Sleep Token again in October. You know I'm taking pics. But since this isn't going to be my first time seeing them again... You know, the first time I was taking a lot of video. I was, admittedly. And it all turned out to be shit because it was like shaky cam because I wasn't fully looking. Because I was just like, all right, record, just hold your phone here like a GoPro, but then actually watch the stage. That's what I try to do too. It's like, okay, if I'm getting a video of this, like the footage can be subpar. I don't want to look through my phone. I want to look at them live. And so I went back and watched all those videos. They were so bad. But I was like, I don't even care because I at least know I watched it. So that was my first time seeing them. So I was like, all right, I'm going to indulge a little bit and take a frick ton of video. But the next time I go now, like, okay, it's going to be my second time. I just want to live and appreciate the moment. And also, do I ever go back and watch concert videos? No, I don't. I never do. I have years worth of concert videos on my phone that I'm not watching, taking up all my space, all my storage, and I just never actually go back and watch any of it. So it's like, ooh, wait, I'm vibing with that. Sorry. So it's like, why am I filming this anyway? Just to remind myself that I was there? If I'm not even gonna go back and rewatch it in the future? Because more often than not, what I do is I'll go watch somebody else's footage on YouTube, like... I go and will watch live other concert footage on YouTube if I need a little hit. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm doing some damage control over here. Beginning to regret how complex I made this. Hang on, I'm taking a stretch break. Oh. Oh, Sorry if you heard that. Sorry. Oh God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ow, that actually really, that was my pelvis. I'm so freaking sorry. I'm so 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 sorry. I forgot. I should have dialed that in and censored that, and I just freaking didn't. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was actually really rude. Hopefully you didn't actually hear that. But it was actually pretty loud. So, I'm so sorry. That was really rude. I won't let that happen again. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. If Charlie were here, he would tell me to stretch, y'all, whenever I crack my bones on stream. If I've got all this music footage, why not start a music channel? Ah! Well, I thought about that for like music reactions. You did hear that. I'm sorry. That was that. I'm so sorry. I am so effing sorry, y'all. That was so bad. That was a really abrupt one. Anyways, I've thought about doing that for music reactions because I'm like, well, would music reactions perform okay on this channel, or would people find that to be like random and have no interest in that? So should I start a separate channel to do music stuff? Because I've seen other reactionary YouTubers do that. You know, they split their reaction channels thematically, and I'm like, that's actually kind of smart. But also double the work. And I'm like, I can barely run one. I slack off on my own channel, and I only have one. Oh God, I'm really so sorry that y'all had to hear that. I'm so sorry. Spinal annihilation. That's really what happened. I'm sorry. That's a sign, y'all. I'm aging. I'm aging. It's a natural life cycle. But yeah, could I be more physically active? 1000%. Did that happen because I don't ever stretch? Yeah. Whoa. Okay, I actually like what's going on with the colors over here. Okay, let it simmer. Let it simmer, let it dry. Jesus, I'm genuinely so sorry. As soon as I went to stretch too, because unfortunately I can do that on command if there's enough built up tension in my spine. I willingly did that. And I forgot for 1 second that we were live. The urge to crack it took over, and as soon as I triggered it, I was like, oh shoot, no. I have an audience. We have a live audience. This is not gonna go well. So forgive me. Let that be a lesson, y'all. Stretch. Don't follow in my footsteps. Alright, let that dry because there's a lot going on, but I don't hate it. I don't hate what's going on here, but I'm just feeling like... Ooh, okay. Almost actually died. We just cracked our back, and now we almost just broke our neck live on stream, so this is a good start. How long has it been? Not even 2 full hours. Cracking your pelvis is good? Okay. There's loss of gas in those joints. Alright. Thank you, Mark, for... I feel vindicated, because every time I crack something... My family's always harassed me. I always crack my knuckles, and my grandmother has very arthritic hands, and so she's always like, I did that, and now your hands are gonna look like this. And I'm like, no, not mine. And so, yeah, every time, because I feel like there's what am I trying to say? There's an anti-cracking movement, because isn't that like the old wives' tale or the trope that cracking all your joints is you're gonna pay for it in the future. Yes, now I do know that cracking your neck, there are risks with that. Unfortunately, I take those risks a lot. But I know I've definitely like seen, is there a little bit of fear mongering? Sure. But I've definitely seen like articles where it was like perfectly healthy 20-something-year-old guy cracks his neck and then he's paralyzed for life. And I'm like, well, how many more neck cracks do I have? Am I already on borrowed time? So I just feel a little bit vindicated, so that's good to know. I'm sorry, y'all. Watching you almost fall fills me with strange joy. That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm here. If anything on these streams, if any of these shenanigans can fill you with any form of joy, then that's all we can hope for. Here's a better angle, because once again, break. It looks worse on camera, I swear. But oh F no. Okay, all right, I gotta troubleshoot because I don't like what's happening. Well, okay, okay, let that dry, let that dry, let that dry. All right, assess the situation. What are we freaking doing? Sorry, team thinking. I'm not letting it dry, screw it. I'm so sorry. Here's what, alright, here's everything that has to happen. Obviously still the squirrels. Maybe I'll do those next, for lack of a better idea of what my game plan is for everything else. Have to do this flower. Have to do this, there's lots to be done. Have to do this little baby squirrel down here. Now, dare I say, this one's actually kind of cute. I could feel it. I could feel it when I was drawing it. I was like, ew. Like, at first I was gagging. At first I was not having it. But then I was like, hang on. It's taking over. The cuteness is taking over. That's what happened. This picture is actually really cute that I used for this little sleepy / dead baby squirrel at the bottom. Sorry for being morbid, alright? I'm so sorry I'm sick and twisted. I'm sorry, okay? It's too late. We simply have not evolved to sit as much as we do. Amen, Mark. Yeah, doing art is great, but you gotta move your muscles. I know, it's not good being this, not good being this sedentary. Do I do oil paintings? Good question, Floggy. That's what I did primarily in college. And I enjoyed it, and I probably will get into it one day. If and when I ever get back into it, rather. If and when I have better facilities, because oil painting is the real deal. What's up, Danny? Oh, thank you so much. Back to work. Thank you for being here, Nick. Mark, listen. He doesn't have to be dead. Maybe he can be sleeping. The whole moral was death brings new life. That's what the moral of this is. It's not meant to be sad and weird. But yes, oil painting is what I did, and I didn't really do much oil painting before college, so when I got to college and locked in, I was like, oh, I see why this is what everybody does. The problem is, it's so messy. I don't have the space for it, unfortunately. Or like the proper facilities, because oil painting, you're using a lot more mediums, like terpenoid. stuff like that you really want to be using in like a well ventilated, aired out space. And unfortunately my conditions right now are not equipped for that. The paint rags that you use, like for water, I think you guys can see. Yeah, you can see. You know, for watercolor based paints or like stuff like acrylic and gouache. Acrylic is essentially, it's basically like just plastic. Anything that's like water soluble, it's fine. You know, that's why I'm just using a paper towel here. For oil paints, at least what I learned in college and witnessed it. I didn't witness it, but it happened in our program. We had to have, there's just a lot more stages involved for like safety and disposing of materials and stuff that I didn't know. And so if you're using a paint rag, like if I was oil painting right now, I would be using a rag, not just like a little paper towel. And then you have to properly dispose of those rags in these like fireproof trash cans, honestly, that help like suffocate it, because the linseed oil that's in the paint, or if you use linseed oil as a medium to like thin your paints out, it can, if it accumulates, and this is not to fearmonger, this is just for safety, this is what I learned. And it happened at our program, I think. I had heard stories that if you, linseed oil soaked rags can spontaneously combust. So that's why you need to have proper like disposal practices and stuff like that. So there's just a lot of added steps. We had to use special sinks to clean out our brushes. Like you cannot just go into your own bathroom if you have, like if I was oil painting right now, I could not just take my brushes and go clean them out in like my kitchen sink or my bathroom sink, because it would, like, it clogs the pipes. Like you need separate special plumbing, all these other, like all these things that I was just like, how am I ever going to be able to do this at home on my own? So I haven't oil painted since college for all of those reasons. Because it just, there's so much more safety protocol required that I didn't think about. But even just the most basic one being proper ventilation, which I don't have right now. Like it's not good to be inhaling all that, like the vapors of like terpenoid, stuff like that. So I just don't have the proper facilities, honestly, nor do I have the money to, because I know what a lot of people do is you could probably go to like a shared studio space that would have those types of facilities and whatnot, like the sinks, so you don't have to ruin your own plumbing or stuff like that. Like they had special like washing machines, I'm pretty sure, solely to just wash the linseed oil rags. Like there was just so many extra steps that I unfortunately don't have the facilities for now, but I would like to get back into it. But they do also make water soluble oil paints, which I think would eliminate all of that. I've thought about getting back into acrylic painting because that's what I did before college, and I enjoyed it still, even after I discovered, I mean, you learn how much more difficult acrylics are when you actually start using oil paints, because oil paints are amazing because you can leave for a week and come back and it'll still be damp. You can still blend and maneuver your paints that you've already put on. It's so easy to erase or just paint over something if you botched it. You know, acrylic paints dry very rapidly unless you're using little other mediums and additives and whatnot to slow it down, but it still dries. It would be literally impossible to get acrylic paints to last for that long. So I would like to get back into it. I do miss it, but it's so much easier in the conditions I'm currently in. What's up, Annabella? I don't like oil paints in general. I'll explain. Elaborate, because I feel like the painting community, oil paints are like the hierarchy, no? Elaborate. I would love to hear your reasons. But yeah, I mean, primary reason I don't like them, they stain everything. I can't tell y'all how many articles of clothing that I ruined in college because I have oil paints all over them. There's new acrylics that they say look like oils. Explain, Mark. Oh yeah, water-soluble oils. I tried those in high school. Is there a new one though? New fear unlocked. This is not to fearmonger. It's for safety. But yes, the linseed oil. Now granted, it would take like a lot. Like I'm pretty sure, but they showed us like video demonstrations. Like in our painting classes of like experiments, like people taking, piling up intentionally in a safe and contained experimental environment, all their like a bunch of linseed oil soaked rags to see how quickly it would take for them to go up. But you definitely like would need a lot. Like it's not just like, okay, I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I never tried my luck. I would always dispose of my rags. I never left anything behind in my studio space. Like I took that seriously. They said fire, they said spontaneous combustion. I said not in my studio. That ain't happening to me. So, but like, yeah, in the demos that they showed us, little like experimentational examples to just get it into our heads. Don't leave your rags laying around. It was piles. Like it was a lot. You needed a lot. I don't know. Listen, don't try it. Don't try it. Just. But that's why my current conditions are just not conducive to oil painting. I've got carpeting everywhere. Sweet Lord, if I were to drop that, the carpet would be ruined. Like I said, I ruined so many articles of clothing. Oh my god. I think I wore like the one time that's why I told y'all I had no sense of style or fashion in college, because by the time I got to my schedule when I like didn't really have gen eds anymore and I was solely just going to the art building, I was dressing like a bum, y'all. There were people in there going in super nice outfits. I'm like, girl, you're gonna ruin that. Thank you so much, Danny, for the super chat. That's so generous of you. Short stay today. Gonna miss the caffeine hit. Oh, see you later. Well, maybe we'll be here later, depending on if you return, when and if you return. No pressure, obviously, but thank you for tuning in for even a little bit and for being so generous. Yes, we have not hit our wall yet to summon the middle of the stream caffeine break. We'll see when that approaches, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling locked in right now. But good to see you for even a little bit, Danny. Thank you for tuning in. And many thanks for your generosity. Much appreciated. Once I found watercolors, I can't do anything else. I feel that, Annabella. Watercolor was like one of my first loves too. It was watercolors and acrylics. And colored pencil. Like I always preferred coloring over painting, which is hilarious because I'm painting right now. And that's why I'm a little bit shocked, because before, like I always preferred to color. Like I feel like colored pencils, like graphite, you just have more control. I feel like it working with a perfect point versus like with a paintbrush. I don't know. I always preferred it. And I still do. Hence why I was like, maybe I will color on this one too and like get some colored pencil action going up in here. But yeah, I'm shocked that I'm enjoying like the gouache this much, because I'm typically like a coloring enthusiast, drawing enthusiast rather. Coloring sounds like, well, no it doesn't. I was gonna say it sounds like what you would do with little kids. But frick no, coloring's for adults too. Dang, I never knew that the oil rags could ignite on their own. Do your own research, y'all. I'm not trying to fearmonger, but that was news to me. It makes sense though. Yes, it kind of reminded me of when I was getting trained at work about possibilities of flower explosions. What happens with flour? Annabella University in Canada is not like in America. People don't dress up like they do in the movies. Ooh, watercolor pencils. Yes, that is where it's at. Yeah, no, literally the movies in general about high school in America. What's up, LOL Caver? Haven't painted since high school? Get back into it! Get back into it. Exactly. Adults can color too, Lord Insidious. But yes, American media depictions of high school, not accurate in the slightest. The biggest offender is Euphoria, which I don't even watch. I protest that show, honestly, because I think it gives, well, I don't know. I've had different conversations with other people that I know through the filmmaking industry too, that have expressed like appreciation for that show, like the color grading, the way it's shot, because isn't it all like shot on film? So I've heard different perspectives, and I'm open to hearing people who like that show, and I do think it did something to change the game a little bit, because it's shot on, however it's shot, it's special. So I'm not saying, I'm saying I just boycott that show because I just refuse to believe. Nothing about it seems real to me, and it was one of those things where I was just like, why couldn't they have aged these kids up to be college? Is there something about that it's the shock factor of this is supposed to be high school? Like, everything that's happening is so not realistic, and not everything, but some of it, the content, I was just like, I don't understand why they couldn't have had this take place in college. Maybe because when you're in high school, like, everything feels higher stakes, more like it's the end of the world, like your drama and troubles that you have in high school. Then you get to the real world, which I think is what's happening. The next season that they're currently filming is going to have a time jump, and they're all going to be adults. But I was talking about this in the stream that we did when we were talking about Cobra Kai. And one of you guys was saying that Cobra Kai, maybe it was Simply, is like one of your favorite shows of all time. And I'm like, yes, I love that show because it cast age appropriate. They're all older now. Like, I think they're all definitely in their 20-somethings now. But when you first start watching that show, everybody is like actually young looking and believably like high school aged. And that's what I appreciated, and I followed it up by saying, if I see visible wrinkles, my suspension of disbelief is over. And that's how I feel about Euphoria. But that show in particular, I think, is just a huge culprit for perpetuating false image of what high school is like in America, especially when it comes to the fashion and like the full beat and full phases of makeup that those girls are doing. No. When I went to high school, everybody was wearing sweat. That's what the popular people were wearing. They all had, everybody, if you were cool, you weren't trying. Like, that was a status symbol in high school. If it just looked like, because it captured like, oh, you're just effort. Like, you don't even care. You know. Now listen, there were people who definitely showed up and they won best dressed. Like, people rocking it, showing up with super cool like super great outfits and fashion and style every single day. That takes talent and dedication on its own. Cause yeah, I eventually started showing up not caring. Oh God, like genuinely not trying at all. Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate it. Have fun. I gotta go. Oh, thank you so much for being here though, Mark. I appreciate it. Great talking with you. Oh no, Chopper had to leave too. No! See you later, chat. Have a good one. Oh my God. Chopper's not gonna be here for our caffeine fix. We'll see if we can prolong it today till all our friends return. But anyway, yeah, where I went to school, at least, like, that was a symbol of popularity, like if you weren't even trying. And that's what most people were wearing by the end of... Because also, by the end, you're done. I tried more, I think, maybe as like a freshman. And then as the years progress, I slowly realized, I don't want to do this anymore. Caffeine where? Not yet. We haven't done it yet. We haven't done it yet, Darnock. I usually save our little caffeine hits for when I hit a roadblock. And, need a little surge. I need a power boost. Yes, Annabella! My personal style in high school was the baggiest pants I could get and the tiniest top. Exactly. Like, everybody was just wearing sweatpants. So I can't take Euphoria seriously because I'm like, nobody was going this all out. Nobody was trying this much. The one exception I will say is I think in the second season, I unfortunately only know of this show through clips and whatever I see on Twitter. So there I was saying I haven't watched it. I have not watched it, but I know there's that like viral clip of Sydney Sweeney's character, Cassie, waking up at like 3 o'clock in the morning to do a full glam routine for the sheer hope that she would run into her crush for the 5-second interaction you might see them in the hallway. All that work for just that one interaction, and I was like, that's accurate. That is actually accurate. But other than that, at least when I went to school, nobody was trying that much, and I feel like it's only gotten worse. Like I told y'all in a previous stream, one of Tom's parents is a teacher, and they were saying that their students, people just straight up shamelessly wear like straight up pajama pants all the time, like unironically. So it seems that it has only gotten worse in regards to people's lack of caring. But that is even more the case in college too. If I tried in high school even a little bit, you get to college and you do not give a frick. Yeah, oh geez, I looked bad for most of college. Something's still happening here that I just don't like. I'm battling with this face right now. Maybe it's too blue. Maybe that's what it is. I needed to neutralize that a little bit. Okay, just leave that for a second. Me talking to myself. So, what be the painting? Oh, peace out, Jared. Thanks for hanging out. We went on quite the tangent about this painting earlier, Darnock. And I'm avoiding the main attraction, which is these squirrelies. My least favorite animal of all time, which you would probably not guess from this painting, but it is meant to be a form of exposure for me to see if I can come out on the other side having a new appreciation for them and maybe not hating them so much. We're gonna find out. That remains to be seen. Hasn't kicked in yet because as you can see, I've been avoiding them. I've not touched a single one of these squirrels, but we might be getting there. Okay, I'm... sorry. I'm just realizing I did too much. I made this too much. I gotta start making easier pieces, y'all. We're still on a deadline. We're still... What am I trying to frickin' say? We're still trying to clock in and get a decent amount of these done for grad school. Now, I did have a resurgence in motivation because I was rereading the guidelines for each program that I want to apply to, and I overestimated how many works they want to see. So I was like, okay, clutch. I don't have to make as many as I thought I did. So we don't have to do like 20,000 pieces like I originally thought. No. So that helped. That helped. I was like, okay, we're not as behind as I thought. But then here I am still. My immediate thought was clearly like, oh, we're not that behind. Oh, let's come up with another crazy complex composition that I'm gonna crap out on halfway through and be like, why did I do this? Why did I make this so complicated? I just don't know any other way. I know nothing else beyond making my own life. When it comes to work smarter, not harder, I'm the opposite. I am the opposite way. Unfortunately. I am like, how can I make my life more difficult for myself? I am the antithesis of work smarter, not harder. Ah, frick. Sorry, I'm just realizing the totality of everything to do. Needless to say, we are definitely not going to finish this on stream today. Do I do it? Do I go get my caffeine hit? No, save it for the 3-hour mark. I gotta space it out. It is less than I thought, Stanley's, thankfully. Thankfully. Hopefully I'm not stressing you guys out by proxy of the deadline that I'm operating under. I come into every single one of these streams and I'm just a ball of stress and I'm like, we gotta keep going. All right. Gotta head out. See you later, Bew Bew. Thanks for being here. Thank you for joining. Have a great weekend. Sorry. I don't know why I'm... Alright, I hate the face less, so that's good. Sorry, my brain just shut off. Sorry. I zoned out. Sometimes you just have to. That's what happened. Just thinking. Oh, I don't drink coffee, Insidious. Oh no. No, I definitely do not drink coffee. No, the caffeine I'm referring to is my flavored water energy drops that have... I haven't even checked what the actual amount of caffeine is in those. Maybe just enough to trigger a placebo effect that makes me think that I have a boatload of renewed energy. But I've been saving those, but I might go get them because here's the problem. I had them recently and I crashed. Oh, I crashed the frick out when I was trying to edit recently. I drank my caffeine fix and then I took a nap on the couch. Like, it wasn't, I shouldn't be admitting that, but it happened. So I was like, well, now I'm trying to tread carefully with it. But yes, it's just flavored water. No, I could not. I've never liked real coffee. I probably would not be able to handle real coffee. And because I'm such a small person, it probably would have me bouncing off of the... Yeah, I've never liked coffee. Maybe my tolerance is higher because I've been drinking the... Oh shoot! Is that why I'm crashing? Because I've been drinking too much flavored water. Too much flavored, caffeinated water. Shnikes, maybe. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, we're gonna go back to the face. Yeah, Ket's on that flavored water drink. I swear, y'all. I swear. Maybe that's a good point. Maybe I've been abusing it, and now I'm too tolerant of it, and I gotta get locked back out. I gotta go back off of it and then get back on. Charlie! Leaving the port into the next location. Mayan Temple. Oh my gosh. Thanks as always, Cat. I will rewatch later. If a zombie apocalypse is triggered over here because somebody knocked over a container. Not me. Well, Charlie, you're actually probably on the best possible spot to be if there is a zombie apocalypse, if it were to happen like right now. To be on a cruise, to be on a ship, just don't come back. Cause nothing, unless, now when you're porting, that's different. Cause I've never been on a cruise and y'all will never catch me on a cruise. Oh, speaking of biggest fears, I will never do a cruise. But from what I know about cruises, you dock, right? P.S. This painting is now Juria from XG to me. Interesting, I gotta look that up. Is there a resemblance? I've never heard of that, I gotta look that up. But yes, if you were to dock and then in like a port town where somebody has it, but if you're literally, that's the best spot. Alice, let's go! I can't stay. I just wanted to pop in and say hey. Alice, any bit of your presence means it's a good day, is a blessing, is a gift. Thank you for popping in. I hope you're doing great. This looks so tripping and beautiful. Oh my god, thank you. You hype me up too much, Queen. I just appreciate you. Is it already the weekend for you? Is it already Saturday over there? I lose track of how far in the future you guys are. If so, I hope your weekend's off to a fabulous, beautiful start. But yeah, a cruise ship, that's actually the perfect place to be. Just don't dock. Just don't come back. Now, you probably would have to refuel, I guess. That would be tough. I don't know how cruise ships work. Literally, y'all don't know. But that would actually be, like, the best place to be. It is Saturday morning. Not even 6 a.m. Girl, go back to sleep. Oh my gosh. Shnikes, I didn't realize that. Holy shnikes, get out of here. You go back to sleep, Queen. I'm frankly honored that you're even here right now. That is crazy. Go back to sleep. You'll never have to be sleep deprived on my accord. What are we doing? Okay. Let me just put something on top of these squirrels quick. So that I can stop saying that I've just been avoiding them. Ugh, sorry. You. Sorry. Listen, I know I'm being dramatic. I don't care. I don't like them. I don't like them. Ugh. Yeah, this is the regrets kicking. Ugh. Kicking in. I'm like, why did I do this? I feel that way about this whole piece now. Dang it, sorry y'all. It's coming and going in phases. I'm like, why the frick? This isn't... Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, keep it together. Sorry. That just escalated so quickly and I'm so sorry. It's hitting me all at once how much I don't want to do this anymore, how much I regret making this as complex as it is. Why this bottom bit here isn't effing cooperating with me. Just freaking lock in, get it together. Sorry, that just had a little mini tantrum. I'm sorry. Just had to get it out of my system. It's time. I need my caffeine. I'll be right back. Oh, Shnikes, I will, I gotta do it. I got to. We've reached our breaking point. BRB. We caved. We did it. Got myself a pint, y'all. Sweet shnikes. Trying to slip a British accent and y'all into the same. That felt so wrong. I'm gonna be completely honest, team. I don't like what's happening here, at all. It's hitting me. That's how I am right now. La-di-da-di-da. I really should go. Alice, go get your precious sleep. We are spiraling here, girl. This is 90 milligrams of caffeine, by the way. Anybody who's knowledgeable, know if that's like high or low. There's like over 120 milligrams in like a generic cup of coffee, right? Right? I don't know. God, I just don't like anything about this right now. Oh, God. Ken is gonna be glug, glug, glug. Yeah, I haven't drank any water today, y'all. Sorry, I'm dehydrated. Mother fricker. Sorry, holy shnikes, 80 milligrams of caffeine is a cup of coffee. No wonder. I've been crashing severely. You learn something new every day. Just gonna go put that down. Just gonna go, get rid of it. I think your painting looks great. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. Listen, we're always our own biggest critics. Right now, here's why I'm snapping. One, I'm realizing how much I have to do still. I'm kind of regretting how complex I made this composition. That's alright, I gotta live with that. That's on me. That was an instance of past cat not looking out for future cat. Future cat right now is saying, girl, why the frick did you... Oh, I don't like it, I don't like it. Sorry, okay. I don't like it on the viewfinder. I feel like it looks better IRL. But even IRL, I'm struggling to enjoy it. Sorry, elbow's blocking it. So yeah, I'm kind of regretting... Sorry, me just going back and forth between actually finishing a sentence and then just crashing out and being like, no, I don't like it. What? Okay. Alright, okay. Sorry, I have to just assess. Okay, there's one thing that's... Alright, her jaw's too wide. Caffeine's hitting. Let's freaking lock in, y'all. Rise and shine. Here the frick we go. Okay. Jaw is too wide, first and foremost. I'm not liking anything about the face, but that's not on her, that's on me. This, we're giving her plastic surgery. She needs to lose, like, that much jaw. Oh! Okay. Okay. Snap in, lock in. Calm down. Everything's fixable. We just have to do the fixing. Okay, that helped a little bit. Reference photo. Sorry, I'm standing because... hang on, that. Okay, alright, okay. Here's what's happening. Just stay with me. Just freaking stay with me, team. Here's what's happening. I specifically chose a portrait of a picture of a model who has a nice face shape. She's got a very sharp chin. She has like wide eyes and a sharp chin. That's what I wanted. I wanted somebody ethereal and beautiful. She is ethereal and beautiful. So when I say I don't like this, it's not her, it's me. I don't like what I've done to her. I don't like how I'm not doing her justice. So that's what we're gonna do a little bit there. All right, she needs, all right, plastic surgery. That's what's happening first, not the real model, what I did to her. Real model is beautiful. She doesn't need to do anything to her face. Okay, here's what else is happening. Maybe why I'm not vibing with this. As you can see, she's got a lot of windblown hair. She's got a lot of windblown hair, and it happens, I didn't draw it in yet, but I've been like, what's going on? I still need to shave off more of her jaw. Oh, she has a really... I'm sorry. Listen, this is real. This is real, this is me, this is who I'm meant to be. Are those the lyrics? This is real shiz hitting the fan. Okay. Leave that for a second. Okay, no, but what's really happening is in the, sorry, in the picture. Oh, this ear, I've painted over and like botched it. Okay, calm the frick down. I've created a really, her jawline, it really goes like this. Like her face narrows a lot, and I didn't do that. See, remember what I was telling y'all about how, like, remember when we were painting the Eagle Girl and we were painting Persephone and you guys were asking if it's a self-portrait, and I was like, no. Okay, I think I have to let this dry before I keep tampering with it. I was like, no, it's not a self-portrait, but it's not uncommon that because you know your own face so well, your features can, like, bleed into it. Because I look at myself all day, every day, and I know what, I can't deny it, I got a wide jaw, y'all. I have a wide jawline. People literally once, I shouldn't even say this. One time on the channel years ago, when I was still like young and impressionable, somebody, I kid y'all not, one time commented asking if I, and I can't even, I'm not gonna finish that story. I can't even. All I'm saying is I have a wide jaw. I know it. We all know it. It's fine. And I made her jaw too wide, and she has a really nice, refined... I'm crashing out. Just let me do it. It's gonna lead to bigger and better things. We have to crash out to make, or fix it, to make it better. What the frick? Sorry. All right, what I'm gonna do to conceal this all, what's happening in the actual photograph, and perhaps that's what's throwing me off. As you can see, she's got wispy hair. Her hair's very windblown in the photo, which is what I wanted. She has a strand of hair that goes along her jawline here that is playing with my eye. And, it's blurring the, like, Jesus! Her jaw really... Sorry. I'm just like, how did I F this up so bad? I was projecting my crimson chin onto her. What I need to do. That's why I'm crashing out, y'all. This was inevitable. Maybe this is why I haven't been liking what's been going on the face here. Because I was avoiding the truth, which is that I just gave her a really strong jaw that she does not have. Like, her jaw really just... It's so narrow. That looks... Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. We had to crash out to get there, but we're gonna get there. Calm down. Also, sorry, y'all. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm having a mini crash out right now. I haven't checked the chat, so everyone's probably like, girl, keep it together. And I am doing anything but. Okay. All right, let that dry, let that dry. See what we did. Shrunk it down a little bit. That was bothering me. And I think she looks better. Okay. Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system. I already like the face more. See, just even that one change. Sometimes that's all it takes. Just one little thing that you did wrong, and it changes your whole perspective of the painting. And that's what it was. That jawline, I botched it. What's up, Nico? What's up? I'm so sorry that you saw me, just crash the frick out right there. Oh my god. Just for fun, keep it together. Oh god. Okay, that helped severely. Sorry we had to go through all that chaos to get there, but it helped. Sorry, I'm clipping my... No, I'm not. Maybe I am. We're doing it. Why not? This is the only way I can get my hair out of my face without running the risk of, the Smeagol ears sticking out. So just walk with me, y'all. Just bear with me. I don't care anymore. I need to see. I need full clarity. Okay. That helped severely. So mini crash out right there was worth it. The other reason I'm crashing out is because I'm realizing how much work I actually have to do. Still, on this piece. And that I just have to atone for and accept. So that's on me. So that was a crash out for many reasons. And, maybe also because I learned that I thought I was innocently drinking not that much caffeine in my little doses of getting caffeinated here after we hit the several hour marks. How much caffeine is... Are we sure that that's... I've been having more than... Oh, I'm having around the same as a cup of coffee. Oh my god, so I've become addicted. Leave it to Google searches, though, to always make you feel better about your mistakes and decisions. Is drinking 200 milligrams of caffeine a lot? I think that's kind of like the limit, right? It's not? For most healthy adults, 200 milligrams of caffeine is not considered a lot, and is generally within the recommended daily limits. Adults can safely consume up to 400 milligrams of caffeine per day? That feels like a lot, no? Individual sensitivity to caffeine can vary. Okay, well, yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that in the flesh. Are we getting Smeagolette? No. Just remember to trust the process. I'm trying, Nico. While you're on Google, Google Juria in XG. Oh, I see it. Oh my god, I'm so out of the... I thought XG was like a show. It's a band. I'm so... That's how out of the loop I am. I see it though. You know what? It's the hair color. I like she has a lot of eras, but she has that nice like auburn chestnut hair. I see the vision, Annabella. Oh my gosh. I love that. I'm British. I drink tea. Coffee's bitter and weird. I don't know how Americans or my fellow Brits can enjoy it. Leave it to a Brit to recommend tea. Oh, they call her the Squirrel because of her cheeks. She does have really nice plump cheeks. What the frick was I gonna say? I don't like these, I'm taking them out. That was fun for the 2 seconds it lasted. I hate putting my hair back because it makes me look like a 12-year-old. So we're just gonna have to run the Smeagol risk. The frick was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? We might never know. Anyways. Oh, tea. Thank you. Can you concur? Like, I feel like in every piece of British media I watch, they are always... Like, how frequent... Are you on, like, real clocking that serious numbers? Drinking that much tea? Like... Every piece of media I watch, anytime they go to somebody's house, they don't offer a cup of water. It's like, do you want tea? Is that accurate? Like, how many cups of tea are most British folk drinking per day? Retro, if you can attest to it. Tea is part of their culture. For real. Oh, maybe is that why we threw it overboard over here? The Boston Tea Party. Shoot, I didn't even think about that. Hey, listen, I like tea. I prefer tea over coffee. I love a good chai. I remember when I was in London and chai's not as big of a thing over there, I don't think. And I should say that the chai that we have over here in America is watered down and not good, depending on where you go. Like the chai at forget about it, Starbucks. So what was I saying? So yeah, I got a dose of reality when I went to actual London, and chai wasn't as big of a thing over there. And that's like the only tea that I really drank, but I was like, frick it, you're here, send it, try the English breakfast tea. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god, you think coffee's hardcore retro? I tried that, I was like, I can't keep up. Hey, maybe I shouldn't live here because I can't drink this. That was crazy. That to me tasted so strong. And yeah, it's because I only ever really drink chai lattes, which are 90% milk, 2% watered down Americanized version of chai. Yeah. And who knows how much that's not even including all the whatever sugar content there is, all that stuff. So yeah, I'm not clocking like real tea numbers over here. But I remember that English breakfast tea, that rocked my world. That humbled me quickly. So asking as an American who's curious if this is just a stereotype or if that's actually like how it is over there. Like every piece of British media I watch, everybody, they always want a cuppa. Even just in freaking 28 days later, the soldiers, as they're reporting back after after Jim and Selena and Hannah are rescued by, not for long, rescued by the soldiers that they were going to try to find. They're reporting back to base and they literally say, put the kettle on. What is it? I think that's a nice, like, a little afternoon tea. That's a nice little tradition. And isn't there like companionship in that? No, like offering somebody tea versus just like, do you want water? Sorry to like freaking, I just unleashed a full-fledged interrogation while also trash talking English breakfast tea. Probably like one of your biggest delicacies, but that's not on y'all, that's on me. That's on the fact that I could not handle it. It was so hardcore. I underestimated it. I see why you have it for breakfast. It woke me up. It woke me up. But yeah. You drink 3 to 4 cups a day? Nice. It has to be at least 30. I have 6 cups a day normally post 99. Holy shnikes. Alright, let's stay away from the topic of revolution, right, Nico? It's getting too real. Dang, 6, but that's a good way to hydrate too. Like, tea's just water. It's just water. So y'all are hydrated out there. I'm gonna do it. I just have to wait. I have to procure the ingredients still, and I've just been putting it off because I have to buy like 50 spices. 50, and it's only like 2 realistically, but I gotta buy all these spices for it mainly. But I am gonna do it, and I'm gonna do a Rebellions Are Built on Blood Pudding video, and I'm gonna do a full-fledged try to cook. This is probably gonna be so sacrilege. British people, look away. Just don't watch. Try to cook a vegetarian blood pudding, because y'all know I'm not making the real thing. How would I even go about... Would I have to go get an animal and get my own blood? If I wasn't a vegetarian and was making blood pudding? Like... I don't even want to begin to try to understand. I mean, I do. That's why I'm going to try to make a vegetarian alternative, which rightfully so. There are not many recipes online. If you Google vegetarian blood pudding, there's like 2 things that come up. And it seems like the bulk of it is what's going to try to give it any sort of flavor is the spice. So that's why I've taken so long to actually make that video for fun. Bring back Cat Cooks with some good blood pudding. Thanks to our new inside joke on the channel here. I just don't want to go and have to drop all my money on spices now, y'all. But I'm going to do it. And I'm going to pair it. All of this is to say, I'm going to pair it with a full English breakfast to the extent of what I am willing to consume. So I probably won't make eggs because I don't usually eat eggs, but the beans on toast I want to do as well, because I figured I can't just this whole thing is botched. I know that this whole endeavor is botched from the start by virtue of I'm making vegetarian blood pudding. That is probably making y'all like quake in your boots. Like, that is an oxymoron. That should not be happening. But it's the best we can do. It's the best I can do with what my dietary restrictions have at my disposal. And oh no, this dried really quick. What the frick else was I gonna say? But I was like, okay, this is already botched because I'm doing a vegetarian version, which, like I said, British people, look away, forgive me in advance. Because I'm doing a vegetarian version, so I might as well bolster it as well, because even if I was going to do it, I shouldn't just try it on its own, because it's probably going to stink anyway. And I know I'm not getting the real effect as I would if I had real blood pudding, but we can't make that happen. So that's why I was like, okay, I should try this in the context of the full scope of what it is meant to be, how it's meant to be consumed, with all the other fixins. Anyway, all that's to say, I was gonna go get some English breakfast tea to pair with it, to make it real. To make it feel real. Yes, Lord Insidious says, will I avoid the Padme taxes on spices? I'm gonna try now, y'all. Y'all know what's going on in America. Getting things imported anymore, which is like all of our spices, no? I don't want to go and drop frickin' $5 per spice, and I need like a lot that I of course don't have. So I might cheat and not get all of them. We'll see. But yes, that's the game plan. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna get like 2 views, but that's fine. Those of you who know will know. And British people just look away in advance. That's all I can say. Or just come and roast me. That's fine too. I welcome it. Because I'm literally going, that's like sacrilege, I'm sure, to the culture. Oh my god. Too many vegan friends and too many jokes about them. I'll pull those spices with you cats since we're in the same state. Oh no, wait, let's go. We'll go halvesies on. Johannes Kriekhammer, welcome. That's an amazing name. Thank you for tuning in. But yes, that's the game plan, y'all. So stay tuned for that. I just have to acquire everything. Alright, let's try to color match here and see what happens. I'm going in with highlights now because I feel like that might help me just feel better about her portrait. In general... Sorry, I just growled. This is... Oh, I'm just realizing how much I don't like this. It's fine. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'm just hitting a rut with the paint, and I have to go in with... Oh! Okay, well that was not the right color at all. Mayday, 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 mayday. Oh! Oh, Jesus! Get that away, get that away, get that out. Get that out, get that out, get that out, get that out. Oh! Okay, okay, phew. Phew. Okay. Saved it. So yeah, Brits, let me know what else I could include in my full British or English breakfast, rather. Like I said, I don't do eggs, but I'll try the beans on toast. Do I have to get a special kind? Because it's not, because for me, what it looks like is Bush's baked beans, but I know that's not what it is, right? Like there's an actual specific, right? Do y'all even know what Bush's baked beans are? That's what we have for like barbecue here in America, like on 4th of July. But that's not what you guys are rocking with, right? Y'all are using something different. So let me know. Frick, I'm ruining this. I'm ruining this, I'm ruining this, I'm ruining. Oh. So let me know. You're the first person that spoke my name right? Oh my god. I'm so sorry that I thought I botched it. Phew. Is it of German descent? Or, I don't know. It's a great name. I really thought I botched it, so I'm grateful to hear that I, actually got it right. Let's go. Shout out. Clutch. Sorry, I'm getting too excited about that. Because normally, I know I botch so many of your guys' names up in here all the time, and it makes me feel generally bad. Genuinely. So if I can actually get somebody's name right for once, that is a big fat win. I will celebrate that, so... But that is also saying something. Dang, I'm so sorry. If I'm the first one, I'm usually botching people's names. So if I'm saying it right, then Schneikes, you must be put through the ringer, and I'm so sorry. 10 people just joined like at the same time, and then 5 left. They were probably from England and probably heard me talking about the ways I'm gonna botch this blood pudding recipe. And they were like, get me out of here. Free me. Save me. Ooh, okay, we saved it. A little bit. Still much to do. For the British, you'll need food that tastes terrible or has no taste at all. No, listen, y'all, listen. I had the best effing food. I keep saying this. Y'all are gonna be sick of me hearing this. I had the best food in my goddamn life when I was in London, and I thought I was gonna starve. I genuinely thought I was gonna eat like garbage. But no, I ate so good. It was, I think about it, it creeps back into my brain. All the different meals we had. Now, yeah, were those international? Yeah. Like, I had the best Indian food I've ever had. Oh my shnikes, it was so freaking good. There's this other place. Brits, holler at me if you know it, or if you're in or around London. It's called LaSalle, and I think we went to the one in Soho, at like this giant outdoor market, and it's like Mediterranean cuisine. It's like kebabs, and oh my god, it was so good. It was so... I think about that meal like once a month, and I get miserable because I just wish I could have it again. I will. I literally want to go back to London solely to just go to that place. That changed my freaking life. Oh, it was so good. Because what you guys do there, your vegetarian alternatives for me is just cheese. So like as we would have like, okay, you could get something with blocks of tofu in it. Y'all's solution is blocks of cheese, which I learned is halloumi, which has since become a delicacy in my life. Because it changed my life when I went over there. That was the first time I'd had it. Actually, I think I've had it before, because what's special about it is it has a very high temperature. High temperature, yeah. It can withstand high frying temps. It has like the highest friability resistance. I don't know what the frick I'm saying. But I think I actually ever tried it for the first time ever because my sister-in-law, who is European, made it once, and it rocked our household. We were all like, what the frick? She was just grilling it up in the pan, and we were like, how is it not melting? And oh, it's so good. So it's basically, it's literally just crispy fried cheese. That is the British solution to vegetarianism. It was like, all right, we'll give you cheese. And oh my god, it was so I had so much of that when I was over there. And that's what changed my life. I was like, I came here, I underestimated this place, and had the best food of my dang young life. But yes, that place, Le Bob, if y'all know it, holler at me, or go. Live for me. Go live my dream for me if you have access. If you are in London, please go. Go and send me a picture, and I'll cry, but I'll say thank you for living my best life for me, because that's as close as we're gonna get. Food from other cultures doesn't count. Okay, right. Right, Nico, yeah. Oh my god. Mercantelli ruined the idea of British cuisine, I swear. Oh, peace out, Annabella. Maybe we'll catch you later. Thank you so much for hanging out. Us Brits who don't live in London tend to have a pretty dim view of London. We kind of forget that it exists. I've only ever been once. Oh, shnikes, why is that? Is it because like London is your guys' equivalent of like, okay, the rest of how the rest of the US views like Times Square in New York City? It's like once you've gone once, you're like, okay, that was enough. I don't want to deal with that amount of people ever again. The crowds, the chaos, the lights, the overstimulation, like, is that kind of how you guys equate to it? It's like, okay, once you've been, you don't want to go back. But yes, I learned my lesson, that we've done nothing but dunk on you guys, your cuisine, for centuries here in America, to the point that I was so concerned when I was going over there that I was gonna be like, what am I gonna eat? And then it rocked my freaking world. I was jump scared in the best way possible because I was like, oh, I'm eating the best food I've ever had. But yes, it was all international. So you know what? Y'all caught me there. Y'all caught me there. What's happening here? Something's happening. I'm spending too much time fixating on just this. Oh, almost just fell to my death. It's fine. Fixating on this highlight on her freaking forehead. Let me go to some other highlights on the face and try. No, that's too light. London is basically New York. Yeah, I feel like that's their equivalent, right? And like, yeah, how I just described like what most Americans feel about New York City, that's how I feel. I'm like, I don't really have any desire ever. Like whenever they show on New Year's Eve, Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve, that's now hosted by like Ryan Seacrest or whoever. Whenever they show the shots of New York and all the crowds of people there in Times Square, I'm just like, that must be all tourists. Like that must, like no person I've ever met who lives in the United States and knows the totality of what freaking Times Square is, let alone what that chaos is like on New Year's Eve. I've never met an actual American who has any desire to do that or like has that on their bucket list. It must be all tourists. Because I feel like most Americans, it's like, okay, once you go to New York City, once you do Times Square, you don't want to do Times Square again. That's for darn sure. Like, I feel like for us, it's like Times Square is a one and done thing in your life that you never want to subject yourself to again. If you dislike people and being in public spaces with a bunch of people. If you enjoy other people, then by all means, Times Square was made for you. So, yeah, that just always cracks me up. Because it's just like, I've never met an actual American who wants to go and do this. So I wonder if it's just all travelers and tourists who are like, let's go do New Year's Eve in America in Times Square. And then you get there and you're like, oh, there's no bathroom. How are those people using the potty, y'all? Genuine? If you have experience, shout it out. Let us know. Because that's priority numero uno. If there's no bathroom, frick it. You're not gonna catch me. London itself is very nice, but it's basically New York. Cold, dark, and dangerous. I didn't experience danger when I was there. Here I am trying to counteract what you actual locals are saying. What's dangerous about it? I see like memes of like is pickpocketing a big thing over there? That just is so funny to me. Like pickpocketing is not a big thing unless maybe you are in like New York. If you're in the United States, like it's just not a crime over here. We have worse crime, but like pickpocketing is not something. It just sounds like such an old-fashioned crime. But you have to worry about it every time you go to Europe, because it just doesn't. Unless, correct me if I'm wrong, fellow Americans, but I feel like I said, our crime here is different. We have our fair share, but we don't have pickpocketing really. That to me just sounds like such a medieval. It was pickpocketing. I saw another funny meme actually like this week from a British content creator that I follow who makes like funny skits, and it was like rom-coms about dating in modern London, if they were accurate. And the meet cute was like the guy is a thief on a bicycle stealing this girl's phone. Like, does that happen a lot? Bicycle crime, your phone's getting stolen. I'm like, what is going on over there? Here I am saying, oh, I want to go live in the UK, but are y'all in shambles as well? Oh, frick, I just botched whatever's going on up here. I was liking the forehead and then I've just botched it. It's fine. But yeah, the pickpocketing is just so funny to me. Like, I remember, like, when I was bracing for going to study abroad in Rome, which I'll shut up about because I know I haven't shut up about it, but I literally was researching, like, special backpacks that have, like, foolproof, like, 50,000 different zippers and pockets and whatnot so that I don't get robbed, you know? Like, it's a much bigger deal in abroad than it is here, and it just cracks me up because it just sounds like such an old-fashioned, no, he pickpocketed me. I don't know. Meanwhile, it's probably, if y'all have been the victim of it, I'm so sorry. Luckily, I've taken so many precautions, and like every time I go abroad or to a country where that is an issue, I lock all my shiz up and make sure I bring out like my special purse that has 50 zippers and like 5 straps and pulling it to my body, and like literally that's how the entirety of like when I was in Rome, or my family went to Barcelona a few years ago. Good thing we went when we did, because holy shnikes, they're trying to get rid of their tourism problem over there right now. It's crazy. But like anytime I go abroad, I like always am holding my purse. I make sure I always have one hand on it. So that was a long-winded way of asking, is pickpocketing an issue in London? London has a long tradition of pickpocketing, all the way back to the 1800s. Exactly. Holy shnikes, but pickpocketing is the least bad thing to happen there? Oh my god. Acid attacks. Oh my god. Jeez, ow. Talk about shnikes. Okay, I underestimated. Maybe I don't want to live in London. Not that I'd be able to afford to anyway. Y'all got those New York prices. Yeah, London is the New York of the UK because I've heard it's impossible to get a place to live there because of the expenses. So much is going on in the face right now and I don't know if I like it. I keep fluctuating. I'm like, I like it, and then I'm like, frick, I don't like it. There's a lot happening. Phones being stolen by gangs on mopeds. Oh no! Dang! Shnikes. I'd imagine pickpocketing goes differently if you're packing heat. Yeah, that's crazy. I got robbed by a dude wearing a monocle last time I went to London. See, like, that just sounds like such a European problem. That's crazy. Dang, I never knew. I mean, nothing happened to me while I was there. So maybe that's why I look back on it with rose-colored glasses and like, oh, I love London. Then watch, I'm gonna go back one day and my phone and wallet are gonna mysteriously disappear. But that's fine, like, if you're prepared, if you're expecting that, if you're braced for it, and like, I think it also is like, if you've fallen for other, like, a big thing that I noticed in Rome and just Italy in general is like soliciting, like people trying to come up to you, sell you things, or putting something in your hand and then demanding euros. It's like, oh, you already took it. That was like a bigger deal in Rome, I feel like. And we learned our lesson because we got swindled by someone. It wasn't me. It was the person I was traveling with, the person I was with, who, you know, like felt they get roped in. They know you're a freaking tourist. And so they hype you up, they're gassing you up like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then they give you this trinket that's probably worth 2 cents. And they're like, that'll be €10. And you're like, shoot. Literally just got my money exchanged out. My currents from the currency exchange. Jesus, can I talk? You're like, shoot, those were my fresh euro. So it's like, if you've experienced it, then you know what to look out for. And I think that's the case. Like, you have to go through being scammed in order to then keep your head on a swivel again. And just like, if somebody tries to approach you, nope. Don't talk. I can't hear you. I can't even look at you. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, every time I've gone to a place where pickpocketing is, it just sounds so funny. Like, I feel like we're talking about a medieval crime. Like you guys were saying, it goes back to the 1800s. Yes, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like such a silly crime, but I'm sure it ruins people's lives. Because, yeah, that would freaking suck. The panic I would feel, like realizing all my shiz is gone. You gotta go and cancel all of your car. Like, oh god. Yeah, talk about a way. Like, that is a vacation ruiner. That is a trip ruiner. I'm looking for my white paint. Where the frick did it go? Oh, right in front of my face. So I'm not trying to belittle it by any means, or if you have been a victim of it yourself. I'm saying I'm sure that frickin' sucks. But I also would not be able to take myself seriously if I came back here and was like, I got pickpocketed in London. It just cracks me up. My advice is to go literally anywhere in the UK except for London. Dang, you avoid acid attacks and pickpocketing. Ow, acid attacks. Ow, I never even knew. Y'all are inventing new crimes over there. New forms of crime. Because ow. Sorry, I'm just toiling over. This is proving to be more difficult than I thought it was going to be. I was having fun with the space, and now it's fighting me. It's like, oh, you want to play games? You were getting confident? The face strikes back. That's what's happening right now. Well, dang, maybe I'll tread more carefully next time I go to London. I know I'm gonna go. I am certain I will go back at some point. I want to. It's my life's goal. 'Cause it was amazing when I was there. I mean, if that, but that probably sounds like the tourist's experience. Like, well, yes, you're gonna have a great time if you're, yeah, going and spending all your money on food and, good food and going to all the attractions and going to see all my bucket list things. The biggest thing I wanted to do when I was there, the art museum there changed my world, but also the Tower of London. Oh my god, I love that. Y'all know I'm morbid and weird. That's no secret anymore. And so that has been on my bucket list for so effing long. Because it's in all the shows that I used to watch and love and still do enjoy, like the Tudors, anything about Henry VIII. Obviously, all his brides were taking one trip there. At least, I'm pretty sure probably every single one of his brides had a little stint. Except for her first one. Maybe. Well, what's the order? He had his first wife he divorced. Then it was in Berlin, yes, and she was a frequenter there. Then after her, I'm only going based off of the show, The Tudors. His wife that he actually really loved but she died in childbirth, right? So she never went because I think she was the one that he truly loved. Then he bounced back with the 17-year-old Catherine Parr, and she 1000% was up there. She lost her head too. Then was the next divorce, and then he remarried again and perished before anything could happen to her, right? Sorry, I'm maybe out here botching British history anyway. All that's to say, his wives were frequenters up in there, and it was just really fun and like surreal getting to actually go in there, be there. I know it's like a morbid thing to want to go see. Oh well, sue me. God forbid I like British television and want to go see the tower. It was so funny to me though, because obviously, you know, what was happening there. People were being tortured and, well, I don't know, whatever. I'm not a full historian when it comes to it, but based on all the shows I've watched, people weren't having a good time. You weren't going to the Tower of London to have a vacation. But I just found, I don't know, it was just very interesting being there and seeing some of like the display. You know, like, oh, they never used this torture device. I just thought it was kind of funny. It was like, oh, this torture machine was only ever used 3 times. That was my experience. I just thought it was, listen, it's not funny. Whatever happened to people there. But it was just an interesting experience being there. It was just so surreal. It was fun. I'll gladly come along as an escort. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't solo travel to London. Maybe. The Tower of London is where you will be locked up, Cat, for your spice evasion. Literally. That's where they're gonna put me after they get a hold of my baking a vegetarian blood pudding video when that comes out. The British government's gonna be like, we can't have this. We can't have this out here. We gotta put a stop to this. They're gonna throw me in there. Hey, I'll go. I'll treat it like a vacation. Me cosplaying. They're gonna like very seriously put me in the Tower of London for destroying the sanctity of blood pudding by trying to make it vegetarian. And I'm gonna be like, oh my god, this is the dream. Hi. Yes, the execution in jail tower, yup. It is just it's crazy. Being in a place that's steeped in that much, like, just history, or even seeing, like, the markings on the walls of prisoners, like, counting, trying to stay sane, counting how many days they've been in there, with the little tallies that they had to, like, scratch in. It's just so... History is just crazy. And that's why I envy y'all, because we don't really have stuff like I was saying, our young fledgling country. We might have AC over here, but we don't have stuff like that. I just keep painting over the same freaking spot over and over again, but it's not... Something's not going well. Just blend and say a prayer. Just blend and say a prayer. There's still so much I would like to do, though, that I didn't get to do my first time around. Probably just go back to the art museum, phase 1. That's my first priority in any foreign country where I go. or anywhere I go abroad. Go see their art. But I would love to go see something at like Royal Albert Hall. If Bring Me the Horizon ever does another live show there with like a full-fledged orchestra, I'll get on a plane immediately. I'm going. Alright, I don't hate. Okay, this is. It's coming together. It's just a battle to get there. Something's... No, actually... Nope. Just a lot more blending up in here than I thought we were going to be doing. But I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Let's get our caffeine hit again. BRB. I need it! Smuggle me in your suitcase if you go to London. Lord Insidious, I'm cracking up. Leave the forehead alone. Okay, Nico, okay. I just have to do a little bit more blending, but I think I should, because I've just overworked it. I'll listen to you. I'll stop. I'm done. Ooh, yes. Lindsay Sterling's in 6 days. Let's get it. Do I like Bring Me the Horizon's cover of Wonderwall? Yes. And it was like one of those things when I listened to it and I was like, this makes so much sense. And Ollie Sykes' voice lends itself so well to this. Y'all are looking at it from a very bad angle too, I should say. I always say that. I just saw it in the viewfinder. I'm like, oh god. Ollie Sykes' voice suits it so well, and so when I heard it, I was like, this makes total sense, but I never would have been out here like, you know what? Bring Me the Horizon should cover Wonderwall. But then hearing it, I was like, oh my god, this makes perfect. Of course they're gonna do this. They slayed. They rocked it. Okay, what's happening is I need to stop working on the face with the gouache. No, the upper half of the face. Like, I still gotta do the lower half. But I gotta do everything from here. And then I'm gonna leave it, and if I do anything more to it, I think I'll do it in colored pencil. To try to revive and save it. I still have so much to do. You know what? Instead of saving this for last, let's move on to this. Well, what I have to do first, actually, is the backdrop of that. I'm so sorry. Also, hang on. I feel like this is not a straight line. Hang on, I gotta get my real straight edge. Hold the phone, we need to bring the bin guns in because this is not straight at all. Sorry, y'all, hang on. Gotta finesse. Okay, wait, it's not that bad. Dang, a lot of my paints are dried up now. Okay. What the... So maybe it was straight and my eyes just... I feel like I just wiped blood off my sword. I'm wiping my paint off my straight edge. But I just feel like I... You know when they like wipe the blood off of that? Jesus. Ah, okay. Alright. That line was threatening as if it wasn't straight, but now it is, so I don't know how that happened. My eye is just playing tricks. What time is it? It's only 2 o'clock. Shnikes. Not sure how long we're gonna go for. I feel like I still got a few hours left in the tank. Because low-key, even if I were to turn off the stream, I'd probably just still keep working on this. I gotta get it to a state where I like it, at least. That's why I've been sparing y'all the beginning stages. Because this is when all my temper tantrums happen. Like, y'all are witnessing me lose my marbles. So, I have to... Yeah, start working on the body, and then do the finishing touches. Okay, Nico. Okay. Is she Mother Earth? That's what I was going for a little bit. I wanted her to have this kind of, like, Mother Nature vibe to her. So if she possesses those vibes, then I'm glad, because that's kind of what I was going for a little bit. Nope. Now I've got Wonderwall stuck in my head. Okay. Dang it. No. Oh, that looks botched. Oh. Okay, lock in. Clock in and lock in, girl. Sorry. I'm losing steam. Fresh off of chugging more caffeine, it's not working. It's not working. No. Jesus. These paint streams are... I don't know whether I'm gonna fast forward in the future and look back on this time on the channel and be like, oh, shnikes, I regret that. But no, I don't. Y'all are getting my true colors. It was only a matter of time before y'all were gonna learn how just actually weird I am. Yikes. Okay, just stay like that. Just stay there. No! Okay, no, I'm not. I swear I'm not touching back into this forehead territory. Okay, leave it. I know I'm gonna go in with colored pencil to kind of patch this up. So I'm just not digging what's going on with the face in general, and I feel like I'll have more control with the colored pencils. So, to patch this up. That is definitely in the cards for this. I'm feeling it. Sorry. Just let me have this. Just let me cry it out. Oh, this reminds you of Little Red Riding Hood or an expressionist painting. Let's go, William. I love that. I love your weirdness. Thank you, Sean. The face looks fine. Just blend. Just needs to be cleaner. Yes, exactly. I think I can clean it up with the colored pencil. Colored pencil. I can't even speak anymore. But yes, I'm glad that y'all didn't leave. We didn't lose mass exodus subscribers after the first paint stream. So I was like, all right, they can handle it. They can rock with it. I underestimated y'all. I underestimated the levels of weird that y'all were willing to commit to. And tolerate. So. Okay, here's what's... Okay. Okay. Get it together. I said maybe. Okay, don't sing it. Don't sing it. It's gonna just get stuck in your head, girl. Hey. Looks good, girl. Thank you. We knew that you were weird, cat. Oh, that's so freaking funny. Yeah, I guess there was always a little bit of it there. You guys just never knew to what extent. The true levels of weird we were operating under. And y'all have never seen me with caffeine. You know what I want to try for Reactober round 2 that's coming up in a few short months. Shnikes, we gotta get ready. Listen, I'm gonna do this for the content. I need to do another experiment perhaps first before I commit to doing it for the full month of October. Remember for when we watched... Remember for when... Can I speak? Sorry! Remember when we watched it, and I had prefaced that I was so down bad that I drank a Monster before that one to kind of rally a little bit. Well, I think the Monster amplified the experience for that movie. And I would be curious in hindsight if I would still rank it as... It came in like 3rd place, I think, on my chart at the end of last October, where I rated them all in terms of scare factor and how much they all messed me up. And I'm curious if it's because I had that Monster flowing through my veins, which I didn't do for any of the other reactions, that I was like, ugh, like I was so just bouncing off the walls, like terrified. Like I know I underestimated that movie. Like I know it did scare me, but I'm wondering in hindsight, like how much of that was because of the Monster, because I was hopped up on buzzing on other levels of adrenaline and fuel that I don't normally have going around in my system. Because I forget, why did we even have those in the house? We inherited those monsters from somebody else. So I was like, frick it, let's try this. And then we paid the price. So, I need to do another experiment because I was like, well, this could be great for the content of it all if I keep drinking Monsters to amplify the scare fact, to truly capitalize on that adrenaline rush. But I think I need to run another test to see if it was the Monster or if it is actually just that scary, because I did severely underestimate that film, like genuinely, truly, so severely. So I want to try. I want to see. I mean, here we are now. I'm drinking flavored frickin' caffeinated water with 90 milligrams of caffeine. How much is in a Monster? I didn't drink the full Monster, though. I had maybe about half of it. Because I usually tread carefully around caffeine, because I know being small, I'll be bouncing off the dang walls. So, But if it is the monster, if that proves to be an actual added source of craziness for the Reactober videos, get ready, y'all. I'm about to be. We'll be going ham. Because in hindsight, they're fun to watch. Watching all those scary movies, I came to learn. I came to have a whole new level of appreciation that I previously lacked. And so yeah, is it terrifying in the moment and I want to die? Yeah. But afterwards, I miss it. It's a good rush. So I'm hyped for this October because now I'm more locked in as a horror fan. I embarked on last Reactober kind of as a noob. With not as strong of an appreciation for horror movies. Now I have an appreciation. Sorry. We're still rocking with the broken chair. And I keep forgetting and I keep almost freaking wiping out and dying in front of y'all. Am I gonna watch the upcoming It TV show? I think I want to Stanley's. That's coming out next year or latter half of this year. Because I do want to clock in for that and Alien, which is coming out in August. So I gotta get my shits together. I'll probably, I feel like I want to react to that Alien series that's coming out. It just looks, I'm locked into the Alien franchise now, so I want to check that one out. Sorry, I just keep randomly growling. No. All right, leave the freaking face alone. Freaking leave it alone. Everything I do from here on out, it's the eye area that I want to keep fixating on. But you know what? I'm gonna go in with colored pencil for that. Honestly, from here on out for the face, I think everything I do will be colored pencil. You will be. Because I have more control, and that's what's just messing me up right now. I just feel like I don't like where this is going, where it is, what's happening, because I just don't have as much control. And so everything there, I'm gonna just leave as a base. And I might just, that's usually my game plan. Whenever I need to just feel better about something, I go in with colored pencils, because those are my tried and true. Those never fail me. They just take longer. Maybe that's why I've been favoring painting lately for our endeavors here for the time crunch that we're under of trying to procure a portfolio for grad school. Maybe that's why, because y'all, like I was saying, I usually prefer colored pencil, but it definitely is more time consuming. All right, okay. Reclock back in. Bringing me endless joy with your wobbles. I'm glad. Hey, we haven't broken our neck yet, so... Okie dokie. Sweet Jesus, Schnikes. I still have so much. Okay, sorry. Just let me crash out. Just let me crash out. It's fine. This is gonna be the last crazy complex drawing we do, y'all. From here on out, I'm taking it easy. This is the problem. I come up with these crazy ideas. I'm like, oh yeah, let's paint 3 squirrels. That'll be fine. Meanwhile, I haven't even touched a single one of them. So I don't feel like it. Let's paint 3 squirrels. A head full of hair. It'll all be fine. And then I get here and I'm like, shnikes. Why did I do this? 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 Yeah, this is crazy because I was finishing up this drawing last night and I was like, I'm so excited. This is about to be our best paint stream yet. And it has been anything but. I'm crashing out the most for this one. But like I said, y'all are witnessing the good, the bad, and the ugly. We're not going to sugarcoat this. From here on out. Anyways. The way that you talk about colored pencils is me with edge highlighting. We all have our little vices. We all have that one thing we cling to. It's like, okay, if this looks like shiz, I'll just go in with XYZ and it'll be better. That's so freaking funny, Nico. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna... Oh, with the squirrels. And I originally was gonna do a dark background, but now I feel like I might leave this... I don't know. I don't know. There's always gotta be at least one element of the piece that I had a game plan for that I just abandoned. I'm like, oh no, I had a vision to do this, 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 and this, and then I got here and I'm like, no. That is like a built-in... It just has to happen, like obligatory. It's not a Cat LaSalle painting if I don't have a vision for it, and then I abandon it because I then realize I don't feel like doing that. Oh god. Getting back into these paint streams, y'all, or just in painting in general, because like I've been saying, you guys know at this point, I have not clocked in this heavy duty with art in a very long time. This is the most art I have made, and I feel good. I need to just say that. Like, I feel so alive. I feel so much better about life. Now that I'm back in tune with actually making art again at this rate, churning out ideas, feeling excited about them. Maybe not right now in the moment, but I have to say, like, shout out to you guys for indulging me with all of these and being here and partaking in these. And like, some of y'all have literally been here the whole freaking time. You know, these streams, we're clocking almost 4 hours here. Like, that is in part, like, honestly, mainly due to you guys as well for showing the support. Because perhaps that's also why I've struggled to get back into an artistic flow when you're not surrounded by, like, your peers or colleagues. Like, that is just one thing about college, shnikes, that I took so for granted that I wish our professors had warned us about more, especially, like, in art term, like, in terms of art. Like, take advantage of your peers now and the fact that you are surrounded by other people with an artistic eye and, like, just someone that you can, just other people who are going to inspire you, or if you're in a rut, like, the way our situation was, we had a bunch of main studio rooms, obviously, on the painting floor. Painting was clutch because we had our own whole floor to ourselves in the building, and the facilities also, like, were just insane and beautiful. But what am I saying? Ow, I just almost reopened my wound. Anyway, like, we had all the big studios. We had a bunch of large studios, but then there was one separate one that was locked that you could have a passcode for, and it was for seniors who could apply to get into it, seniors or juniors. So for 2 different semesters, I got access to that studio, and then you were surrounded in a studio space with anybody else who applied and got in. So you would have like a studio neighbor, and I had great neighbors, y'all. And I just took advantage of like the ability to just, if somebody else was in there working, like it just fuels you as well. Like you feel inspired and motivated. If you're in there alone, you're in the trenches. But if your studio neighbor was in there and it was like late at night, or it was a full weekend, like you were in there all weekend and other people were in there, like there's just something so motivating about it. And I wish our professors had told us, instilled in us at the time, like more, just like take advantage more of your peers, and the fact that you're gonna lose this. Like this seems like such a normalcy to you now, that you go into the studio any given day and there will be somebody else in there, but that was the biggest shock for me after leaving school specifically. I don't have anybody else. I don't have that at my disposal. I don't have 20 other insanely talented like artists that are my peers that I trust and value their work, that you can just like pop into their studio and be like, oh, what are you working on? Or can I just get you to come look at my painting real quick? And like, I'm stuck. I just need ideas. Like we fueled each other so much. And so that could also be a reason why I stopped doing art, well, in general, post-college, because that was like the hardest thing to grapple with, of like, oh my god, I don't have. And that's just another, that's on college in general. You don't realize it at the time, but you're in this amazing rare microcosm of the world that you're never going to experience again, just being surrounded by a bunch of other people in your age, like late teens, early to late 20s, you know, depending. Coddled, safe from the real world in some respects still. Like, didn't realize it at the time, what we had. Art equals therapy. Amen, Stanleys. These paint streams have been awesome, and I'm happy to support fellow artists. Nico, literally shout out. I'm so grateful to have your artistic eye. I really love these painting streams. Love seeing the process. Thank you, Patrick. They would not be the same without y'all. Like, thank you guys for freaking showing up. I'm so grateful that you guys enjoy them just as much. And so I've been feeling so much better just since starting these, bringing art back into my life. Like, I just feel so much more. Oh, shnikes. Okay, hang on. That's not straight, but it's fine. I feel so much more connected with myself, and it's kind of really nice because art is the one thing, you know, I had put it on the back burner for so long to really go pedal to the metal with acting and YouTube. Now, YouTube is great. Yes, there are things about YouTube that I prefer. There's different, everything's different. But one thing about acting that is tough, and honestly, I put it on the back burner a little bit. Like, I've kind of pumped the brakes because I hate this element of the industry, which is everything is out of your control. So much of it is like, if you have an audition and you send it in, it's like, well, Jesus, take the wheel. We'll see if I ever even hear back, you know? And 99.999% of the time, you send your auditions in and you don't hear anything. And that's on, obviously, just the name of the game. Like, casting directors don't have time to respond to every single person or let you know why you didn't get the role, XYZ. Like, that, it's just the nature of the business. And so much of it is out of your control. You can think you had the best audition of your life and still not book a role. It's all just, there's so much luck, so much just in the universe, and so much that it's just in other people's hands, so much of it. And that was really tough for me to grasp, especially being like, as a visual artist, it's all in your control. This whole painting right now, the whole trajectory of how this goes, yeah, I'm struggling with it because I'm botching it, but I can bring it back. Like, I can sit and lock in for as long as I have to, and the trajectory and the fate of this piece is all in my hands. And I will either salvage it or drive it into the ground, like, you know, like, it's fully in my hands. Whatever happens, like, this is on me, and I can control it. You know, like, my fate is in my hands here, however this piece turns out. Whether I finish this piece or whether I walk away and leave it forever, that is all up to me. And how I feel about it when it's done, like, it's all in my hands. And then I have a tangible product that is like a marker of look at all my hard work. Whereas with acting, it's so tough because that was something I wasn't prepared for, and struggled to mentally handle, because you can think you did your best work. The only thing that's in your control is the audition, but then the whole outcome is in somebody else's hands, and that is really hard for me to deal with. And so that's why I've been wanting to get re-tapped back into art, because there I was prioritizing acting full throttle, full pedal to the metal, but so much of it is not in your control, and that is just, it's not a deal breaker for me, but it's just very hard to adjust to when I have other hobbies like this or something like YouTube. Now, YouTube is a little more, I have control, but I can't control the algorithm. You know, like, you can hack the system as much as you want, and, you know, thumbnail analytics. I know there's more I could be doing to, you know, optimize my video performance and whatnot. Should I be doing that? Sure. Yeah. Do I do it? No, not really. Not all the time. And so, it's similar to acting in a way where I can spend 5 hours, more than that, I can spend like 3 days editing one video. Like, from dawn to dusk. Not really, that's not how my editing works. But, you know, I can spend 3 days worth of work doing nothing else but editing. And then I can feel proud of the finished product, but then publish it and it performs like shiz. So there's still an element of it's not in your hands. And so that's why I think I've been feeling really good lately, because not only am I reconnecting with art and reminding myself, like, okay, you still got it, girl, but because it's entirely up to me. Like, whatever I want to paint, I paint. You don't have to answer to anybody. Same with YouTube, you know, like, you can do whatever you want, but I don't have to answer to anybody, and I have a tangible something to show for it. You know, acting, you can do 50,000 auditions and not book a single job, and then it's like, well, what do I have to show for this, you know? And that's just the name of the game. So this has just been, I've been feeling good. That's all I'm trying to say, which I'm so grateful, because times are bleaker than ever, seemingly. So anything in this life, in this world, that brings you happiness, now more than ever, just do it. As long as you're not hurting anybody else in the process. Pave your own way, exactly. Acting's how I found you, but I stay for the weirdness and the art. I am so happy to say that your painting streams have inspired me as well, and I'm so glad for that. Yo, honest, I love that. The universe is art. Bubu says these art streams have been so fun to watch. Oh my gosh, thank you. I love hearing your thought process about your art. I'm so glad. Follow the beat of your own drum. Amen. No matter how far or distant. Y'all have good quips out here. Oh, Alex, you're so kind. Sorry for the sporadic comments. Busy day. Don't be sorry. You act, you draw, you paint. You're awesome, my friend. Thank you. Y'all are gassing me up. What you don't see is the fact that I can't do other things, like I'm not athletically blessed. that was the trade-off. Both of my siblings were very athletically adept, and I was not, ever. But they couldn't draw, but they're physically fit and did sports and had a knack for that. I can draw, but I can't do shiz athletically, like. So there's trade-offs. There's trade-offs is what I'm trying to say. Alright, I'm gonna let that dry and then I'm gonna do the flower because I don't want to paint over it too much. I'm losing my path. I'm like, what did I even draw here? I'm losing my contour drawing, so I'm gonna leave that, and then if I have to, I'll just be careful going around it, because I think I want it to be darker here, but I don't want it to be too dark that I can't see anymore. Frick, y'all, I think I gotta do the squirrels. I think we have to do the squirrels. Oh, God. Painting's coming along. Awesome. Thank you. I feel better about it now. Feel better about it now. You've cultivated a great community, and that's the most important part. For real, this is, like, genuinely, you guys are also, like, that's the other thing, too. That's a whole other thing about YouTube that I, underestimated. Like, yes, I know I keep joking that I basically am, like, in solitary confinement because, you know, working from home. I'm sure those of y'all who work from home or have solitary hobbies like this, like, that's the other thing. Like, because I don't do sports for fun or for health, for anything, because I don't do sports, you know, I'm not on a team, I don't go and do, like, intramural stuff. A lot of the things I do are very solitary. And so that's one thing that's been epic about this community lately, like, about YouTube, because I'll be for real, y'all, we reached a point, the more the channel grows, the more susceptible you are to reaching people that you have no interest in interacting with. You know what I'm saying? You're haters. The bigger you are, the more chances are people are going to be irked by you, which is, that's just the way it is. But there was a phase, kind of like this time last year, honestly, where I was like, frick, my channel has surpassed what I thought it would, and now it's reached the eyes of folks that I don't want to know that I exist. You know, like, I don't need these people knowing who I am, because I don't care for this corner of the internet, you know? And so there was not, like, regret, but just kind of, like, mourning of, like, shoot, channel growth is awesome, but you have to accept that with that comes great responsibility. With that comes the heightened chances that you are going to have to deal with shiz from people that are irrelevant to you, that you don't really care for, or never wanted to reach in the first place. Like with Acolyte, especially, you know, when that was happening, like this time last year, literally. You know, I was like, what's going on with this? My videos are reaching a corner of the internet that I don't tailor my content towards. And I think it was happening to a lot of other content creators too, because obviously the haters were just looking for somewhere to go drag the show. So a lot of other people that I know, I think, were experiencing that, like their content was hitting the wrong algorithm because of all the hate campaigns and people just hell-bent on dragging that show. And so I kind of was just in this stage of like, ugh, this stinks, this sucks, I've left my safe bubble. Maybe that's what it is. Like, the bigger you expand, the smaller the bigger your bubble gets, and you end up obviously reaching some people's algorithms that that's not my goal. So I was admittedly very in the dumps about it, kind of just mourning, like, well, we had a good run. We had a good run in our own little bubble, and now it's gotten real, you know. Like, I was just reminded, like, oh, there's a real world out there, which I guess I needed, because you guys spoil me. Like, we have such a rare, amazing community here, And it always just brings me so much joy to hear that you guys agree with that. And like, that's one of the reasons that you stick around, because of this community. And so I was almost afraid, like, are we gonna lose that? Like, the bigger the channel gets, the more you run the risk of the sanctity of your community. I don't know, like, but then I was like, well, no, because I don't attract the vibes that we draw. If you build it, they will come, is what I'm trying to say. And the vibes that I put out, you know, those who it resonates with, you'll stick around. If you don't mind my weirdness, you'll stick around. And so that is, I'm grateful for that, because I was really like stressed about that this time last year of like, I don't want to lose this community that we have. Yeah, I want the channel to grow, but at what cost? Is this the cost of growing, that you just become bogged down with more of the hate, you know? Like, is that just par for the course? And is that going to overtake the good times that we all have here? And I'm happy to say that it doesn't. I'm come out of it now. I've learned that, you know, like I said, the energy that you put out, you will attract. And so that's why I'm just so happy to hear that I'm happy to know that we have such a good community, and I love hearing when you guys echo that as well and say that we have a great community, because it means we're doing something right and we're putting out good vibes to receive good people, you know? What you put into the world will come back to you. And so it just always makes me really happy to hear that I'm not biased. Maybe that's what I'm going for. I think we have a good community. And so when you guys confirm that, it's like, okay, I'm not just tooting my own horn. You guys agree. And I think it's true. I think it's true. And so I'm happy, because that was a phase I was going through last year where I was like, dang it. Like, with each milestone you hit, I feel like you learn there's different phases of YouTubing. Like, okay, once you become monetized, oh shoot, you realize, shnikes, I have to cater to the algorithm. All right, once you hit a certain number of, once your reach expands, you realize, oh shnikes, there's people out there that I don't want to deal with that are watching my videos, you know? And maybe that's what it was, like the reckoning of like, oh, my digital footprint. Like, yeah, I guess by virtue of being on the internet, I'm gonna have to deal with this. But because our community has been so great, I was like spoiled. Like, I've forgotten, like, oh, there's a real world out there. And not everybody's gonna like you. And that's okay. I had an acting teacher once tell me, like, tell the whole class, but she was spitting facts. She was like, if you don't have haters, you're doing something wrong, because it means you're not doing something passionately enough or with enough of your own presence to like piss somebody else off. I don't know. I forget exactly what their reasoning was, but that I cling to that, because I'm like, you know what? You're so right. If you're marching to the beat of your own drum and doing something that you love and bringing an energy that you love to it, like, a more miserable person will be irked by that. So at first when my acting coach said that, I was like, what are you talking about? Because my perception was, oh, haters are bad. Haters equals bad. But I've learned that's not the case. So that's on you guys. Shout out. Oh god, I opened up an Acolyte discourse. Oh, shnikes. Yeah, it's been a year. Dang, I must do everything right. Everyone hates me. Well, that's why I was like, surely having haters isn't always a good thing, right? But I think if you're not hurting anybody in the process, if you're doing what you love and you're not hurting anybody, because that's what my brain tried to grapple with as well. I was like, I don't know. I feel like haters implies I'm doing something wrong, but if you're... I don't really know how to take what's in my brain and say it, put it to words, but that changed my perspective on things, hearing that. If you're doing something with enough passion and pizzazz, and if that irks other people, then that's on them. Maybe that's what the overarching message of that is. I don't know. It was great advice in an acting class of all places. I wish I remember what the context was, how that even came up in discussion in a class setting. I don't know. Don't touch the face, girl. Stop. Okay. What's happening? Gonna be honest, y'all. I'm losing steam. Oh. Having haters is par for the course. Exactly, Nico. Exactly. I'm losing steam. And I just don't want to paint these mother effing squirrels. Ugh. Think, Dobby, think. Dobby? No, Smeagol. Smeagol is my... I guess I could have Dobby ears as well. Now I'm more closely related to Smeagol. Okay. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Okay, yeah, y'all are looking at the head from a absolutely botched angle. Her head is not that big. That's a better idea of like what the proportions are. Y'all are just looking at, she looks like Dr. Nefarious. What franchise is Nefarious from? I forget. Ratchet and Clank? Yeah. I'm slowing down. Jesus, looking at this, it doesn't even look like we've done that much. But maybe I'll go live tomorrow. Do a little weekend stream. And keep it going. Because I have no choice. I just feel like I'm reaching... I've not vibed with it today, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes you're just having a bad day. I don't think it's been a bad day, it's just this. Can't talk, my brain's shutting off. This piece, it's fighting back. It has a spirit to it that is perhaps nefarious because of the squirrels, because I dared to introduce the bane of my existence into an art piece in the efforts to try to have a different outlook on life, and instead it's haunting me. It's toying with me, so... Dang, we didn't even make it that long today. I say after we've been streaming for like 4 hours, but it is from Ratchet and Clank. Shout out. Yu Gaming. They call you Yu Gaming for a reason, you know it. Your ears are fine. Do the squirrels have a name? Dave, dude, it was you who asked on my community post if I was going to be drawing some critters today, and I was like, oh, get ready. And they don't have names, so feel free to give them some. That might actually help me feel more motivated to paint them. Yeah, I kind of just have a lot to do, and I don't want to do it right now. So what I'm gonna do is be done for right now. But stay tuned, because maybe we'll come back at it tomorrow. Everything is okay. Yeah, this was just a tough... It just, the spirit of this piece, it has a... Whoa! It has a spirit of its own. And I think I just need to... Like, sometimes, what I was saying is sometimes you just have a bad day, or you have a bad sitting. Like, this just might have been a bad sitting. There was just a lot of... The energy. Is that on me for starting this stream with a 30-minute rant about why I hate squirrels? It could be. You know what? The energy of the piece is coinciding with the energy that I brought to it at the beginning. So maybe I need to just come back at it with a fresh set of eyes, and maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Because listen, I can't be stalling. I want to try to finish at least this. 2 other pieces that I started and didn't finish, because I'm a lollygagger. Realistically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I can finish this, as well as 2 other pieces that are unfinished, and 1 more piece by the end of next week, we'll be in okay shape. Which means I can't leave this sitting forever. I have to finish it. So that's what we're gonna do. But I've reached the point, you all know by now. Alvin, Theodore, and Simon. Oh my god, that's amazing. Jerry and Seinfeld. Good names, y'all. Take a break and come back to it. Yep, that's what we gotta do. I have to come back with refreshed energy. Sean, I love your suggestion. So yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. Sorry, these I keep ending these like very abruptly. The ones that we start the piece and I know that we're not actually going to finish it in that sitting, I kind of just like have a little mini temper tantrum, and then I'm like, done. Walk away. I'm done with this. So that's kind of what just keeps happening. So sorry that there was a lot of temper tantrums today. Sorry that you guys had to witness that. But like I said, we're not sugarcoating this. This is the life of an artist, y'all. This is what art will do to your psyche. Has me out here script. That's what's so funny to me about these now, that especially now that I'm documenting them and I'm vocalizing like, okay, what I'm feeling, my thought process is, actually talking myself through like what I have to fix, what's bothering me. Like, it's interesting seeing the way my brain works, like what my patterns are. And it's just so funny. This is what's amazing about art, to circle back and finish off with the conversation of, it's been fun to get back in tune with painting because I can control it, but then it starts to take on this life of its own, and it's like, you're my creation. You are my Frankenstein. Why are you retaliating? Why are you rejecting me? And you make certain things, and it's almost like, why is what I'm doing not fitting what I want to do in my head? Why is this rebelling against me? And I do believe, like, your piece can take on a spirit. It comes to life, the life that you breathe into it. What the mother frick? This still looks crooked, but I literally used a whatever. The point is, it's just intriguing because this is an inanimate object. This is my own creation. This is wrought from my own hands. So why is it disobeying me? Why is it dishonoring me? Like, why? It's just so funny to me to observe through these paint streams. Like, that's been an interesting pattern of, it just takes on a life of its own. And yet it's all my own doing. Yes, I have an element of control. But like, it just is interesting. It's like, why am I furious at this? This is all my decisions. This is all my actions. Everything I've done to this, it has what's gotten it here. So why am I mad? It's just funny. Well, on that note, stick around. Maybe I will go live tomorrow. I have to do it some point this weekend, so maybe we'll do it tomorrow, a little Saturday stream. We haven't done a weekend stream in a while, so we've been just rallying on the weekdays. So stay tuned. If y'all aren't sick of me Heck yeah, give me something to look forward to tomorrow. Sweet. Sweet. Are the squirrels friendly? Well, no, those squirrels aren't friendly. I don't know. We're gonna find out tomorrow if they have menacing energy, if they're putting up as much of a freaking battle as her portrait was. That's still not done! Sorry, I've been on one today. I gotta go collect myself. Get my shiz together. I have all this paint on my hands and I keep touching my face, by the way. I gotta stop. I'm gonna break out. Anyway, alright. On that note, I'm gonna go. This is your realm. Exactly. Exactly. I'm the queen around here. This is my subject. It has to obey me. Hard to be sick of such a cool person. That's how I feel about all of y'all. I'm glad you guys aren't sick of me. Thank you for sticking around, hanging out, putting up with my weirdness, my morbidness. Think, use your instincts. Exactly. And if Qui-Gon were here, he would tell me, girl, back away. Save it from yourself. And that's what we're gonna do. Sometimes the biggest mercy you can do for your art is to reapproach it when you're ready. And right now I'm just not ready. It's been 4.5 hours and I'm not ready, so that's what we're gonna do. So, sorry for the abrupt ending. Sorry for whatever the frick craziness we talked about today. Shout out London, shout out Tower of London. I still love you. Even though I've learned that I might have rose-colored glasses about that city, but that's okay, it's fine, I still love it. Stay safe, y'all, if you're in London and just anywhere in general. In these trying times are hard. Stay tuned, I might go live again tomorrow. Like I said, I have no choice and I kind of have to finish this by the weekend. And then do at least one more We're not gonna think about that. Okay, that's a problem for future Cat. Present Cat is already stressed. We'll save that for future Cat. Anyways, much love to y'all. Happy freaking weekend. For some of y'all, the clock probably has already struck weekend, so happy official weekend. Happy Friday. Enjoy whatever you got going on. Do something that brings you joy. And that's all we can ask for. In this life. In this world. We're getting too philosophical, which is time to go. Alright. Much love. Love and peace. Even though this artwork brought me nothing but the opposite of peace, but that's okay. I gotta go. Okay. We're crashing. My caffeine wore off and we're crashing. I gotta stop. I gotta lay off of it. I have built a tolerance of resistance, so gonna go try to recoup from that. And I'll see you guys on the flip side. Stay tuned. Maybe see y'all tomorrow. Alrighty. Oh, and it's solstice. Happy freaking summer. Okay. That's it. Alright, okay. You know what? There will be better vibes. Is today the solstice or tomorrow? When's the solstice? It's today! Holy happy solstice. Well, there I was gonna say maybe that we're having good vibes, but now that today was just a shiz show in this regard, frick the solstice. the ether, the universe was not on our side today, so when it's not, holy shnikes, it's midsummer. That's why I've been so messed up. The vibes in the ether. Okay, well, on that note, we're gonna come back when it's not solstice, and maybe we'll be not so messed up. So, on that note, happy solstice, happy longest day of the year, go get it! And, sweet lord. Okay, brain's shutting off, that's how you know it's time to go. Alright, love you guys. See y'all. Have a great rest of your day, night, morning, evening, 3 a.m., wherever you may be, and I will talk to you guys again very, very soon. Bye, friends.